Chapter 21:13. Not only was Gu Nianji not embarrassed by Arif's rebuttal, but her smile deepened. Faint dimples appeared on the corners of her lips. She was so delicate and gentle that it made people feel pity for her. It almost made people forget how valiant she was in court. She tilted her head slightly and stood against the light. She raised her hand and clapped twice, then said with a smile, "So Mr. Lari also thinks that we shouldn't follow American precedents, but should follow Huaxia Empire's laws and precedents." "That's exactly what I thought." "That's great." Before the other party could react, Gu Nianji quickly said, "The defense lawyer, Mr. Arif, and I have reached an agreement. According to Huaxia Empire's laws, this foreign criminal case occurred in Huaxia Empire, and the kidnap and premeditated murder victims were also Huaxia Empire citizens. They also killed many of our soldiers, so our Huaxia Empire's High Military Court has complete and inseparable jurisdiction over this case." She paused for a moment and watched as Arif's dark red face turned purple. Then, she slowly said, "Previously, we allowed you to fight the jurisdiction lawsuit for 2 months because we were giving you face and taking care of your emotions. Do you think we really thought that there was a dispute over the jurisdiction of this case? I think there's no need to fight anymore. Why waste money and manpower?" Turning to look at the judge in the courtroom, Gu Nianji stopped smiling and said seriously, "Your Honor, please allow me to represent my client, Miss Song Jining, and the Imperial Military to sue Kevin Laris, an American citizen, for illegal gun possession, explosion, kidnapping, and premeditated murder on Christmas Eve." An imperceptible smile flashed in the judge's eyes. With a normal expression, he knocked the gavel and said, "Agreed. Prosecution lawyer, please state your case." Arif finally reacted and immediately shouted without any regard for anything else, "Objection. Jurisdiction is jurisdiction, and this is another case. We can't interfere with another case here. That's against the spirit of the law." Arif had learned his lesson. He no longer mentioned American precedents and directly used the universal spirit of the law to speak. Gu Nianji shrugged and said nonchalantly, "Fine, I won't interfere, but we're talking about this case now. Can't you be a little more polite and give the prosecution a chance to speak?" Her display of weakness caused a huge reaction both inside and outside the courtroom. This case was heard by the Imperial High Military Court. As usual, it was not open to the public, nor would it be broadcasted live. However, the court and the reporters had their own shorthand and cartographers. They could write down every word that was said in the court and use the pictures to carry out a text broadcast on the internet. Many people did not expect that in this modern era, where one could watch countless interesting live streams on their mobile phones, there would be so many people watching text streams with relish. It was as if they had returned to the ancient era of MUDs. At that time, there were no colorful game graphics like now. Only text description of the progress could be played all night. The official Weibo of the court, which was broadcasting the text live, was crowded with netizens, and the screen was flooded with comments every minute. Fortunately, the Weibo system had been automatically upgraded. It was impossible for it to crash, not in this lifetime. He could only tell the outside world that the artificial intelligence of the Weibo system had reached a new level to deceive everyone. When the netizens saw Gu Nianji's weak words, they didn't think that she was useless. Instead, their sympathy was aroused. "This American lawyer is asking for a beating. You're defending a suspect." Those who didn't know better would think that he was the victim. "He's screaming louder than the victim. You should know about the American double standards. It's delicious when eaten with a long arm. It's called the public dog food of the century. Dogs that don't kneel properly won't be fed. Chief Gu, don't give them face. Don't let them live. Beat them to death. Previous poster, it's too bloody. But I like it." Everyone outside the court was agitated. Many people inside the court also looked down on the American team of lawyers. Lu Omping glanced at Arif to his left and coughed. Lu Omping was the true chief defense lawyer in this team of lawyers. No matter how indignant Arif was, he had to give Lu Omping some face. He swallowed his anger and snorted. He sat down and didn't say anything else. Gu Nianji politely saluted all the people in the courtroom, then looked at Kevin, who was sitting in the defendant's dock. After more than 2 months of detention, Kevin, who had originally been elegant and handsome, looked very haggard. His face was a little pale, but it wasn't the bright white that Huaxia people liked. Instead, it had a kind of light gray to it, like it was a dirty white that was brewed from poor-quality lotus root starch. His eye sockets were sunken, and the dark circles under his eyes looked like he hadn't slept for many days. He was also very thin, like a bamboo pole. The black suit on him was obviously empty, like a clothes hanger. He was no longer as carefree and almost frivolous as before. He was very quiet now, and his eyes were almost lifeless as he sat in the court. It was obvious that he was deliberately showing weakness. Perhaps he was pretending to be a mental patient. Gu Nianji silently evaluated Kevin's state in her mind and began her statement. Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen inside and outside the court, today I represent my client, Director Song Jining of the Institute of High Energy Physics, and the military to sue Kevin Laris, an American, for kidnapping and premeditated murder on Christmas Eve. As Gu Nianji spoke, she gestured for the technician in the court to dim the lights and connect the computer in front of her to the big screen. She began to play the video taken from the surveillance cameras that day. She saw Kevin, surrounded by a group of mercenaries comparable to the regular army, fleeing in panic outside the city. Gunshots rang out continuously, crackling like firecrackers in the quiet night. Gu Nianji switched the screen and split it into two. One side played the video taken by the surveillance cameras along the way that night, and the other began to explain the weapon. Italian Beretta Model 92F pistol, U.S. military issue, also known as M9. The bullets used in this gun are 9mm Barabellum bullets. The pistol is 217mm in length and has an effective range of 50 meters. High accuracy, good performance, extremely low battle damage, and repair takes less than 10 minutes. It comes with a silent device, and the paint is very suitable for use at night. According to our country's ordnance experts who studied the bullet holes and ballistic curves at the scene, as well as seized evidence, this type of issue was the main gun used by Kevin's side in the Christmas Eve gunfight. He killed 5 of our soldiers and seriously injured 7. As Gu Nianji spoke, she clicked the mouse, and a second gun appeared on the screen. This time, it wasn't a handgun, but a sniper rifle. This is today's first chapter. Chapter 2101, exactly as I thought. It's 2 o'clock today. To remind everyone of the recommendation votes. It is said that there will be double monthly tickets at the end of the month. Dear friends, you can keep your monthly tickets. Moi, everyone, Little Angel's Genius 1 second remember site address. Mobile version, M. Chapter 2114. The second model looked similar to a regular rifle, except that the barrel was longer and the scope was more accurate. Gu Nianji introduced the British M225B4 sniper rifle. There are 3 of them, designated for the British Special Forces. The barrel weighs 6.7 kilograms, is 1.4 meters long, and has a caliber of 8.6 millimeters. Compared to a regular sniper rifle, this model is lighter and more accurate. It has also been modified to be comparable to an anti-material sniper rifle and has an effective shooting range of 2,400 meters. It once killed 5 enemies at a distance of 1,600 meters in 30 seconds. The anti-material sniper rifle is extremely powerful and can even penetrate tanks and armored vehicles. Gu Nianji paused and said with a serious expression, in this case, there were only 3 of these sniper rifles, but they injured 15 of our soldiers in 5 minutes. They were the weapons that injured the most of our soldiers this time. Our soldiers all wear bulletproof vests, but normal bulletproof vests are completely useless against an enemy with an anti-material sniper rifle. Her introduction caused another uneasy commotion inside and outside the courtroom. Kevin's case could be said to be filled with blood. Lu Onping saw that the situation wasn't looking good and quickly raised his hand. Objection. My client, Kevin, was in the process of being hunted by your country's military for no reason. His bodyguards were only doing what they were supposed to do. The firearms and equipment listed by the prosecution's lawyer have nothing to do with my client. Lu Onping had obviously made ample preparations. He also showed the photos and videos of the scene at the time and argued, Kevin is a senior executive and major shareholder of Carlyle International Investments. His net worth determined that he couldn't be as defenseless as a normal person. He hired a world-class security team to protect his life and property. As for what his security team did to protect him, it has nothing to do with my client. This was to separate Kevin from his mercenaries and put all the blame on the mercenaries. Gu Nianji froze. The angle that Lu Onping had chosen was really tricky. The Indian lawyer, Arif, saw that Gu Nianji didn't speak and immediately became excited. He immediately added, Lawyer Lu is right. Our client, Kevin, was under protection at the time. You can't find any direct evidence from your surveillance video that our client, Kevin, has shot anyone with his own hands. He's just a pitiful law-abiding citizen of the United States. Your Xia Empire's general abused his power to use troops to hunt down an unarmed and defenseless intellectual. How infuriating. Gu Nianji's mind raced as she complimented, Lawyer Arif, are you saying that your client, Kevin, didn't do anything wrong? The only ones at fault were the security personnel he hired. Exactly. Arif nodded repeatedly. Our client was at the wrong place at the wrong time, but he didn't do anything wrong. Gu Nianji narrowed her eyes. She thought he was speaking too soon, so she immediately retorted, he didn't do anything wrong. Then how do you explain this? As she spoke, Gu Nianji switched to the surveillance footage and played the last scene of Kevin's arrest. The quality of the surveillance video wasn't particularly high definition, but it was still very clear. In the pitch-black night, only the incessant flashes of muzzles proved that there had been a fierce battle. This kind of scene was unimaginable to people living in a peaceful era. It was only seen in the most realistic war movies. Their special guards were very professional. The semi-automatic rifles with silencers worked smoothly in their hands, and their powerful firepower washed the ground. They quickly took down most of Kevin's guards. Kevin's guards had all been professional soldiers from other countries. After retiring, they became mercenaries, but they were still completely defeated by the Xia Empire's special guards. However, Kevin didn't have no direct evidence to prove his involvement in the final battle, as Arif had said. On the contrary, Kevin's combat ability was very strong. In the video, everyone clearly saw him hiding behind a woman and continuously firing back. He even injured several members of the special guards. His resistance aroused the special guards even more, and they actually wanted to fight to the death. Meanwhile, the woman was scared out of her wits by the bullets flying past her. She was howling like she was mentally ill. In the end, Kevin seemed to think her howling was too annoying, so he pushed her away. He quickly got down on the ground, rolled a few times, and hid in a ditch on the side of the road. The ditch was originally used for drainage, but the winter in the imperial capital was relatively dry, so there was no water in the ditch. It became a ready-made trench cover. From the video, it could be seen that there were only 2 mercenaries left with Kevin. They took advantage of hiding in the ditch to assemble 2 semi-automatic submachine guns. This gun is different from the previous 2 guns. It's made of a special material, and after disassembling it, it can avoid any security check. When assembled, it's even more powerful than the semi-automatic submachine guns used by the regular army. It's Kevin's trump card. As soon as Gu Nianji finished speaking, the two mercenaries in the video finished assembling their guns and quickly put on their ammo bags. They stood up from the trench and raised their guns to fire at the special guards surrounding them. Soon, the offense and defense in the video immediately reversed. Our special guards were almost immediately beaten to the ground by these two people. Although they reacted quickly and got down in time, a few of the special guards were still shot in the legs and fell to the ground. However, none of them wailed. Instead, they quickly dragged their wounded legs and crawled away from the battlefield. They didn't want to be a burden to their own people. The special guards behind them immediately got down and opened fire with their guns on the ground. The bullets hit the ground and splashed up a cloud of dust. The dust was dense, and the sound of thudding was endless. The scene was realistic and bloody. When it was a real battle scene, everyone realized that no matter how realistic the shooting movies they had seen before were, they couldn't compare to the cruelty of a real war. Everyone was so nervous that they couldn't breathe. Just as they were in a stalemate, the roar of a helicopter came from afar. A beam of light suddenly lit up and illuminated the area. Then, the sound of gunfire descended from the sky and killed the two strong mercenaries beside Kevin on the spot. Kevin hugged his head and curled up in the ditch, motionless. "Come out." A member of the special guards raised his gun and aimed it at Kevin. On the screen, Kevin could clearly be seen slowly raising his hands and standing up from the ditch. He was covered in dirt, and his well-ironed suit was wrinkled. He no longer looked elegant and handsome. "Don't even think about silencing me," Kevin warned them in the video. "I've already notified my lawyer in the United States. He'll contact you immediately." One of the special guards ignored him and walked forward with a cold expression. He smashed the butt of his gun against the back of Kevin's neck and knocked him out. Another member immediately searched Kevin's body. Gu Nianji pressed pause and pointed at the high-yield time bomb found in the video. She asked Arif coldly, "May I ask if this counts as not having direct evidence to prove that Kevin did something wrong?" "Mr. Arif, Kevin didn't do anything wrong. He committed a crime and violated the law," she said eloquently. "The Xia Empire prohibits individuals or private organizations from owning guns, let alone explosives. Also, Kevin resisted stubbornly and opened fire while he was escaping. You all saw that too. Are you still going to say that it wasn't his fault and that it was all his security team's fault?" Even Kevin's team of American lawyers had never seen the last scene of his arrest. They were all dumbfounded when they saw it. Kevin hadn't told them anything about this at all. But now that things had come to this, they couldn't push the blame onto the person involved just because the person didn't say anything. After all, people in their line of work were mentally prepared that the person involved would definitely lie. Good lawyers also had their own rules for dealing with situations like this. Lu Onping was the first to stand up and said calmly, "I have evidence that Mr. Kevin Laris was indeed acting in self-defense. Also, he was recently appointed as a cultural counselor by our country's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He is a diplomat and enjoys diplomatic immunity. Also, you're going after our country's diplomat, which is a declaration of war against our country. May I ask, Lawyer Gu, are you prepared to fight against the United States?" Our country he was referring to was, of course, the United States. Lu Onping's first plan had failed, so he immediately threw out another card and easily took the initiative. Gu Nianji blinked. This playful maneuver was amazing. "I'm so scared." This was the first update of the day, Chapter 2102, The Playful Maneuver is Amazing. There were 2 updates today. It was 9:00 in the evening. A reminder to everyone that the monthly votes could be saved for double at the end of the month. The last 3 days of the end of December and the first 7 days of January were double the monthly votes. Moi, everyone, my little angels. Chapter 2115. Gu Nianji was silent for a long time this time, so long that even her own team thought she couldn't hold on any longer. Her assistant asked softly, Chief Gu, should we adjourn the court for now? The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched. Let's ask about the situation first. She stared intently at Lu Onping and said. A newly appointed diplomat. Lawyer Lu, I want you to know that this case was committed more than 2 months ago. If he is a diplomat now, I don't think diplomatic immunity can be used on him. Lu Onping thought to himself, don't tell me I don't even know that. Otherwise, how could I survive in the American legal profession? He calmly took out the letter of appointment given to Kevin by the President of the United States and pointed to the date on it. Lawyer Gu, please take a look. Our president appointed Kevin as a cultural counselor on the day before Christmas Eve last year, which was December 23rd, Christmas Eve is December 24th, and this letter of appointment has already taken effect. Lu Onping smiled faintly, looking as if he had a card up his sleeve. There was an uproar inside and outside the courtroom. The people sitting next to Gu Nianji looked at each other and wondered why they didn't know anything about it since it had already been filed with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. If they knew that Kevin was a U.S. diplomat when they arrested him, why didn't the Ministry of Foreign Affairs inform them? The internet outside the courtroom was also agitated, and some people even deliberately started a discussion. What's wrong with being a diplomat? If a prince breaks the law, he will be punished the same as a commoner, let alone a diplomat. The person above is either stupid or vicious. Is a diplomat the same as a prince? Besides, how can there be a real prince in modern society? Even if there is, he's just a mascot. Does he have any real power? The person above is stupid pink. Do you know about the Saudi prince? Does he have any real power? Pft, pft, pft. The person above, don't deliberately change the concept. Diplomatic immunity can't be cleared, they just have it. If you don't like it, jump off a building. This wave of public opinion was obviously not good for Gu Nianji and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The group of big shots sitting in the conference room of the Imperial Military Headquarters watching the live broadcast of the trial were all very surprised. Speaker Long looked at Prime Minister Bai and said unhappily, Old Bai, what do you mean? Is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs deliberately holding us back? Prime Minister Bai smiled bitterly. This is the first time I've heard of this. Don't worry, Old Long. I'll get someone to ask and see what's going on. While they were conducting an internal investigation, Lu Onping had already laid out all the procedures. This included the letter of appointment from the President of the United States, a copy of which had been filed with the Huaxia Empire's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the effective date. It was exactly the day before Kevin's crime. In other words, on Christmas Eve, he was already officially recognized by both sides as the cultural counselor of the UA embassy in the capital. This position was neither too high nor too low. It was the lowest level of diplomatic immunity. However, it did not have any real power. It was just like an honorary position. In the United States, Congress did not even need to approve it. The president alone could make the call. Gu Nianji's eyes narrowed when she thought about the unreliable president in the United States. It was indeed something he could do. Her fingers were tapping on the plaintiff's stand in front of her, and her expression didn't change at all. After Lu Onping presented all the evidence, he immediately requested the military court to dismiss the case and not allow any appeal. He said, "It's not a question of jurisdiction, it's a question of not being able to sue at all." Gu Nianji interrupted him rudely and asked in a deep voice, "If that's the case, why did you still fight for jurisdiction for 2 months? Were you deliberately stalling for time?" Her words hit the nail on the head. Even Lu Onping, who had been calm in the face of danger, paused for a moment. He smiled awkwardly and said, "How is that possible? Why is it not possible? Do you think everyone is stupid?" Gu Nianji pointed to the filing records of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that her team had just transferred over and said, "Yes, the appointment letter from the President of the United States was indeed dated December 23rd, but when we got it to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of our country, it showed that it was yesterday." Why did you wait more than 2 months to file it? Didn't you fight for more than 2 months to get this backdated retroactive appointment letter? In other words, the appointment letter was actually obtained recently, but the date on the appointment letter they fought for was backdated, so it was earlier than the actual date of the appointment. However, this situation was clearly fraudulent, but it was approved by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Huaxia Empire. This was even more outrageous. Lu Onping spread his hands and made a "what can you do about it" gesture. He smiled and said, "No matter what, this is the effective appointment letter signed by our president, and it was also filed and approved by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Huaxia Empire. This means that you also recognized Kevin's diplomatic status from December 23 last year. This case happened on the night of December 24 last year. At that time, Kevin was already recognized as a diplomat by both sides and enjoyed diplomatic immunity according to the law. As for why we still fought for jurisdiction for 2 months, we were happy to, and your court also filed the case. Why didn't we fight?" Gu Nianji sneered. "It was obviously you who used the jurisdiction lawsuit to deliberately stall for time so that you could work behind the scenes and get this backdated diplomatic appointment letter. Now you're making the accusation. How ridiculous. I think lawyer Gu knows better than me whether it's reasonable or not." At this time, everyone inside and outside the courtroom with eyes could clearly see that Gu Nianji was in a very disadvantageous position because the person who undermined her was not her opponent, but her own people. It was the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs who disregarded principles and laws and registered and stamped Kevin's retroactive appointment letter. Prime Minister Bai was furious at this time and scolded the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He ordered him to be suspended immediately and sent someone to review his work. At the same time, the cabinet launched a self-examination procedure to sort out the work procedures of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Speaker Long was still not satisfied and threatened to start impeachment proceedings in the Senate. He didn't even want to let the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Prime Minister Bai off. Prime Minister Bai sighed and said, "Old Long, if this makes you happy, then you can do it. But the most important thing now is to think about what to do with Kevin's case." General Ji said coldly, "I don't care if he is a diplomat or when he became a diplomat. In short, he killed our soldiers on our soil, so I can't let him go." Prime Minister Bai and Speaker Long looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. It wasn't that there was no other way to deal with this matter, but because the trial had already been held, the whole world knew about Kevin's new identity. Even if they knew there was a trap, it really wasn't that easy to break out of the situation. It looked like Gu Nianji was doomed to fail this time. Although she had been set up by a traitor to take the blame, as a lawyer who had never lost, she was about to meet her Waterloo. Some people on the internet had already begun to be sarcastic. If you walk too much at night, you will always encounter ghosts. Chief Gu is no exception. That's right, she was bragging too much before, wasn't she? But she wasn't wronged. At least there was a deputy minister who fell with her, ha ha ha. What nonsense are you spouting? Look at the faces of those Gu fans. They're so angry that they're distorted, ha 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 ha. Well said, above. I can laugh for a year. The courtroom was silent at this time, and everyone's eyes were on Gu Nianji. She stood behind the plaintiff's stand with a cold expression. In front of her was the big screen, and the surveillance video had just been paused. Against the backdrop of blood and fire, her back was thin and slender. Her skin was like cold jade, and her gaze was bone-chilling. Lu Jin looked over from the corner where he was sitting. He suddenly felt that Gu Nianji's appearance was very similar to Qin Suwen's from back then. Her expression was even somewhat similar to He Jichu's. After all, they were both Qin Suwen's biological children. Lu Jin's heart was filled with mixed emotions, and he had forgotten his excitement and indignation. Lu Yuan and Hu Xiaoheng sat on Lu Jin's left and right. Their expressions were solemn, and neither of them spoke. At this moment, Gu Nianji's mind was filled with nervousness. Did she have no cards left? Gu Nianji's memory was very good. Just like Lu Jin's, she had a photographic memory. Right now, she was actually replaying all of her information in her mind. Her gaze fell on the letter of appointment from the President of the United States that Lu Onping had shown her. Gu Nianji had a flash of inspiration. She suddenly thought of the interesting information that Hu Xiaoheng had found when he had ordered the Special Operations Forces to investigate Kevin abroad. Her plump, peach-colored lips curled up bit by bit. Gu Nianji's jade-like eyes narrowed slightly. She looked at Lu Onping and said, "Are you sure that this letter of appointment from the President of the United States is appointing Kevin as a cultural counselor?" Lu Onping nodded calmly. "There's also a passport number on it for you to check." Gu Nianji stopped smiling and looked at Lu Onping seriously. She asked in return, "Really? Are you sure?" This was today's second update, Chapter 2103, What Can You Do About Me? There were 2 updates today. A reminder to everyone that the monthly votes could be saved for double at the end of the month. The last 3 days of the end of December and the first 7 days of January were double the monthly votes. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 2116. It's absolutely true. If you don't believe me, you can immediately call the US government to check. You can even tag our president on Twitter. Lu Onping still had this much confidence. Just as Gu Nianji had said, he had instructed his team to stall for time and desperately fight the jurisdiction lawsuit for this letter of appointment. Kevin's parents had worked in the US for more than 2 months before finally settling the president and the Secretary of State. He was the only one in the entire legal team who knew about this. Otherwise, if the news leaked, everyone would be finished. Also, thinking about it, it was quite a thrill. He only felt that Kevin was lucky because this letter of appointment had just been delivered to them yesterday. Kevin's parents had immediately asked them to immediately find someone to file it with the Huaxia Empire's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Fortunately, they had already been in contact with the Deputy Minister of the Huaxia Empire's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, so the matter had been properly handled. They hadn't expected that Kevin's diplomat status would just be verified yesterday, and the Huaxia Empire would already be in court today. His grasp of the timing was impeccable. Lu Onping couldn't help sweating when he thought about this. Honestly, most of them felt that Kevin's parents were making a mountain out of a molehill yesterday. Also, the Huaxia Empire was on the Spring Festival holiday, so they had to find someone on duty through the Deputy Minister to go to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to file. They had originally suggested slacking off and waiting for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to officially start work today. Only Lu Onping was more cautious, and he never disobeyed his employer. No matter how difficult it was, as long as he had the opportunity to do it, he wouldn't slack off. It turned out that this attitude and principle of doing things was correct. At least it showed that he had exercised his due diligence. While Lu Onping's thoughts were running wild, Gu Nianji looked down at the letter of appointment. She had already read it out and said, "This letter of appointment appoints Kevin Laris, who is currently in court, right? I also have proof of identity here, if Lawyer Gu would like to see it." The corners of Lu Onping's mouth twitched as he also took out Kevin's proof of identity. He gave one to Gu Nianji, one to the judge, and one to the reporter who was listening. Since he dared to publicize it with great fanfare, and he had the letter of appointment from the President of the United States and the Secretary of State's signature, Kevin's proof of identity shouldn't be a problem. Gu Nianji raised her eyebrows. She hadn't even mentioned it, but Lu Onping had already taken the initiative to take out Kevin's identification. It seemed like they had indeed made ample preparations. She took Kevin's identification document from Lu Onping and glanced at it quietly. She then turned on the portable scanner and scanned Kevin's diplomatic appointment letter and identification documents into the computer. She then put them on the big screen and replaced the surveillance video of the gunfight that had captured Kevin. The audience in the courtroom looked up and saw two documents side by side on the big screen. Both documents were written in both English and Chinese. On the left was the letter of appointment signed by the President of the United States and the Secretary of State. On the right was Kevin's identification document. Gu Nianji picked up the laser pointer and pointed at Kevin's identification document. Everyone, please take a look at this identification document. Kevin Laris, born in 2XXX, New York. Father, John Laris, mother, Kelly Lee. From this, everyone can see that Kevin Laris received his education in New York from primary school to university. He graduated from Columbia University in New York 10 years ago and immediately joined Wall Street after graduation. In 10 years, he rose from a junior financial analyst all the way to a senior executive of Carlyle International Investments. This resume is indeed beautiful. Gu Nianji was full of praise. Lu Onping's relaxed brows furrowed again. This was because he knew Gu Nianji's style too well. This young female lawyer had never said a single word of nonsense in court. Nor had she ever praised her opponent. Now, she was actually praising the defendant as the prosecution's lawyer. It was truly too strange. Lu Onping's heart was in his throat. He was like a person waiting for the second shoe to drop. He nervously waited for Gu Nianji to continue speaking. Gu Nianji put down the laser pointer in her hand and turned to look at Lu Onping. She smiled. Lawyer Lu, how long have you known the defendant, Kevin? Mr. Kevin is my client. I didn't have a selfless relationship with him in the past, Lu Onping said very cautiously, afraid to fall into Gu Nianji's trap. Gu Nianji nodded. So that means you came to Huaxia to see Kevin after the case, right? Lu Onping froze. Does this have anything to do with the case? You only have to answer yes or no. Gu Nianji didn't give Lu Onping a chance to talk nonsense. The judge also supported Gu Nianji. Defendant's lawyer, please answer the prosecution's lawyer's question. Lu Onping thought about it before saying, yes, I was hired by Mr. Kevin's biological parents after the case. That's why I came here. Then how can you confirm that this Kevin Laris is the Kevin Laris on this letter of appointment and proof of identity? Gu Nianji picked up the laser pointer and didn't turn around. She pointed behind her and happened to point at the name, Kevin, on the big screen. Lu Onping was finally relieved. He thought to himself that he had overestimated Gu Nianji. No matter how smart she was only in her early 20s. How good could she be? All the questions she asked were carefully prepared and confirmed by Lu Onping. He wasn't afraid of her causing trouble. Lu Onping laughed. His voice was mellow and humorous. How do you prove it? Of course there's proof of immediate family, as well as circumstantial evidence from colleagues, friends, and neighbors. He pointed at Kevin and said, this Mr. Kevin Laris in court has been confirmed by Mr. Kevin's parents and relatives. There's no doubt about his identity. How could there be a problem? Kevin's parents had spent so much money and effort to not only hire the best team of lawyers in the United States, but they had also used all their connections to get a diplomatic appointment letter for Kevin as a cultural counselor within 2 months. To Kevin, this was tantamount to a gold medal that would exempt him from death. Kevin's parents had paid almost half of their family fortune to satisfy the businessman-turned-president and get him to sign the only cultural counselor appointment letter. Yes, there was no such position as a cultural counselor in the United States. This was added at the last minute for Kevin's special situation. American diplomats reported directly to the Secretary of State, so as long as the Secretary of State agreed, it was completely reasonable and legal to create a cultural counselor position. With such a large sum of money and such a large entourage, if he wasn't their biological son, who would have nothing better to do? Also, Lu Onping had a DNA paternity certificate that could completely prove Kevin's identity. He didn't know what Gu Nianji was thinking. Lu Onping held a large handful of information that Kevin's parents had sent him and gradually calmed down. If Gu Nianji continued to harass him on this issue, he would just throw the DNA certificate out. In fact, Gu Nianji's next question was as expected. Then did you do a DNA test to verify paternity? This was the first night watch for the day, chapter 2104, without a word. There were 2 night watches today. It was 9:00 in the evening. A reminder to everyone that the monthly votes could be saved for double at the end of the month. The last 3 days of the end of December and the first 7 days of January were double monthly votes. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 2117. Lu Onping calmly took out the DNA certificate and placed it in front of Gu Nianji. He gently tapped his finger on the certificate and said with a smile, "Lawyer Gu is indeed a very cautious person. You followed the procedure step by step and didn't miss a single thing." Gu Nianji raised her eyebrows. This wasn't a compliment, but to say that she only knew how to do things step by step in a lawsuit. For a trial lawyer, this kind of remark was indeed not a compliment. It was like praising a child for his good grades and only saying that he memorized the exam outline given by the teacher every day, but he couldn't do the content even a little bit outside of the syllabus. It was all clear praise and derision. Most people would fly into a rage when they heard this kind of comment, especially young people with outstanding achievements in their work. Even if they didn't flare up, it would still disturb their emotions and interfere with their logical thinking. More seriously, it would affect the success or failure of the lawsuit. Older people might also control their emotions and minimize the negative effects in this area. This was the so-called bonus of experience. But young people were different. Because they were young and outstanding, they were mostly fearless. Once they encountered setbacks and ridicule, the rebound emotional black hole would be more serious than ordinary people. But he had underestimated Gu Nianji. There was a type of person who was born to do something. Once he or she found something that they were born to do, they would be more experienced and sharp than those who had been doing it for decades. Gu Nianji was this kind of person. She happened to find something that she was born to do. When she stood in court, she would shine brightly. She was calm and collected, which was seriously inconsistent with her age. Gu Nianji ignored the faint mockery in Lu Onping's words. She looked down quickly at the DNA certificate. She didn't really understand the specific content. It was all professional terms in biological genetics, but she could understand the summary conclusion. This DNA certificate was saying that the Kevin Laris in court was the biological son of John Laris and Kelly Lee from New York. Gu Nianji nodded and looked at the date on the DNA certificate. Even a paternity certificate was made. Lawyer Lu is indeed flawless. We will do our best to satisfy the needs of our clients, help them win the lawsuit, and protect the interests of our clients. This is the responsibility of us lawyers. Lu Onping replied politely. Gu Nianji placed the 3 documents in front of her and thought that if Kevin was recognized as a diplomat, then he would enjoy diplomatic immunity, especially immunity from criminal prosecution. He would not be prosecuted by the country where he was located and would not be obligated to testify in court. It was amazing that the other party could think of this move. Gu Nianji couldn't help but give them a thumbs up. However, a like was just a like. If he wanted to expose it, he would still have to. Gu Nianji brushed the DNA document with her hand, as if to brush away some invisible dust. Raising her eyes, she glanced at Kevin, who was still in a daze and seemed to be immersed in his own world. She then looked at the arrogant lawyers in his legal team, who thought they had already won. Gu Nianji chuckled. These proofs and documents are indeed very good. They perfectly extricate Kevin from this case. Since Lawyer Gu has admitted it, does that mean we don't have to fight this case anymore? My client has been detained for 2 months and has been physically and mentally injured. His mental and physical state is very unstable. I request that the court release my client on the spot and compensate us for all our losses, including but not limited to legal costs, lost working time, and punitive civil damages. When the Indian lawyer saw this, he couldn't wait to stand up and make a concluding statement. Luomping glanced at him and slowly sat down, leaving the performance to him. Gu Nianji secretly praised Luomping for being crafty old foxes from both worlds. His sensitivity was truly unparalleled. She lazily raised her hand and said, "Objection. Defense lawyer, this case has just begun. Why are you in such a hurry? You've already waited for more than 2 months. You don't mind waiting a few more hours, do you? I don't think there's any point in fighting this kind of case with diplomatic immunity. If you keep fighting, you'll have a diplomatic dispute with the United States." The Indian lawyer, Arif, bluffed and threatened Gu Nianji. He only hoped that she would stop so they could end the case and return to the United States. He had been here for more than 2 months, and he missed his family very much. Gu Nianji smiled and said, "We know what we're doing, but thank you for the reminder, Mr. Arif." She then ignored the defense team and directly faced the judge. "Your Honor, I still have a few questions to ask the defense team." The judge looked at her worriedly and knocked with the gavel. "Granted." Gu Nianji bowed slightly to express her gratitude, then turned to look at the Indian lawyer, Arif, who had stood up. "Mr. Arif, can you represent your client, Kevin, with full authority?" "Of course, we signed a full authority agreement," Arif said warily. His brown eyes stared at Gu Nianji like an eagle preying on a chick. The lawyer and client's agreement had different scopes of authority, and full authority was the highest of them all. This meant that what he said on behalf of the defendant in court was almost the same as what the defendant said himself. Gu Nianji guessed that the other party must have signed a full authority agreement because Kevin's condition was obviously not one that could speak on his own. Whether he was truly physically and mentally exhausted or pretending to be mentally ill, he wouldn't allow himself to answer Gu Nianji's questions. For rich people, they wouldn't say a word when it came to matters related to the law. They were always represented by professional lawyers. This was because lawyers knew what to say and what not to say. This was a sign of their professionalism. Gu Nianji also knew that she couldn't directly dig out evidence from Kevin's mouth, so her idea from the beginning was to start with his team of lawyers. She smiled and returned to Kevin's identification document, which was his resume, and said, "Mr. Arif, I have a list of Kevin's classmates from his 5th and 11th years in New York, as well as his graduation year. Can you ask your client to circle the names of the 5 classmates he's most familiar with?" As she spoke, Gu Nianji took out the 3 classmate books she had prepared. Arif was amused when he saw it. He thought this female lawyer was too stupid. How had she ever won a lawsuit in the past? The classmate books she took out not only had names but also photos. Was this a free point question? Arif immediately walked out of the dock and took the classmate books from Gu Nianji's hands. He happily showed them to Kevin. Luomping, who was sitting next to the dock, also smiled and shook his head. He thought to himself that he had indeed overestimated her. However, when he watched Arif place the classmate books in front of Kevin and saw Kevin slightly startled, Luomping's fingers secretly curled up. He was actually a little nervous. This was the second update of the day, Chapter 2105, This is a free point question. There were 2 updates today. A reminder to everyone that the monthly votes could be saved for double at the end of the month. The last 3 days of the end of December and the first 7 days of January were double the monthly votes. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 2118. Kevin's face was still expressionless. He didn't even look at the student books. His lips were pursed tightly, and 2 wrinkles even appeared on his thin face. Gu Nianji didn't say anything and waited quietly for 5 minutes before walking over to Kevin. She leaned over slightly and asked with a smile, "Mr. Kevin, why aren't you saying anything? Do you not know him?" Kevin still had a blank expression on his face, as if he was immersed in his own world. The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched as she turned to look at the Indian lawyer, Arif, and the lead lawyer, Lu Onping, and said with a smile, "That's really strange. Since you say this is Kevin Laris, then why isn't he even willing to circle out the classmates he's familiar with? Do you not know him? Or do you not know him at all?" The Indian lawyer, Arif, immediately cried out, "Objection. The prosecution's lawyer made baseless accusations against my client and harmed my client's right to reputation." Gu Nianji shrugged and folded her hands behind her back as she took a step back. She cocked her head and continued to look at Kevin. It was as if she had never seen him before. Her gaze was heavy and so sharp that people didn't dare to meet her eyes. However, Kevin remained expressionless. He only shifted his gaze slightly to look at the tips of his toes that were pressed together. TSK, is it that difficult? I've already placed the student books with names, and pictures in front of you. Can't you even circle out 5 classmates you're particularly familiar with? Don't tell me you really don't know any of them." Gu Nianji said airily as she tapped her finger on the defendant's stand in front of Kevin, but her eyes were on Lu Onping. The corners of her lips curled into a playful smile as she said slowly, "Lawyer Lu, what's going on? Can you explain? You said he's the Kevin Laris in this ID, but he doesn't seem to want to admit it." The corners of Kevin's eyes twitched uncontrollably when he heard this. In a place where no one could see, his hands clenched into fists, but he quickly unclenched them. How treacherous! The same thought surfaced in both Kevin and Lu Onping's minds at the same time. The members of the legal team suddenly thought of a possibility as well, and their expressions darkened. As for the Indian lawyer, Arif, he stood there with his mouth agape, obviously aware of Gu Nianji's intentions. Gu Nianji's move seemed to be an understatement, and she was even giving her opponent a free hand. However, if Kevin really took it, he would lose at least half of the lawsuit. The people in the courtroom began to whisper to each other, discussing why the defendant was unable to fulfill such a simple request from the prosecution. The people who were watching the live text broadcast outside the court were even more interested. Countless reliable and unreliable speculations immediately spread on the internet at lightning speed. Some said that Kevin's identity was fake, but they were immediately defeated by the DNA paternity certificate. There was no way to fake the DNA. It could be tested immediately in court. Kevin's legal team was made up of the most famous lawyers in the United States. They would not make such a mistake that could be seen through immediately. But why didn't Kevin identify his former classmate? Some people began to defend Kevin on the internet. "Everyone, it's easy for you to say that. Who here can remember a 5th grader from elementary school?" That's right. Even if they were university classmates, everyone has changed so much after graduating more than 10 years ago. Who would remember? Of course, this argument was quickly refuted. Previous poster, don't use your brain when you speak. Even if you don't remember your elementary school classmates, then how about your high school and university classmates? Previous poster +1. Even if their looks have changed, the photos are there, and you are not required to identify their current appearances. What's there to not remember? Just as everyone was debating endlessly, someone suddenly posted a comment. "I suddenly realized Chief Gu's move is too good. Kevin is now in a dilemma. If he identifies his former classmate, it proves that he is mentally normal, thinks clearly, and has normal cognitive abilities. This way, he can no longer use mental illness as an excuse to get away with it. But if he doesn't identify them, Chief Gu can use this as an excuse to suspect Kevin's identity is fake. So whether he admits it or not, he's already in trouble. What about the DNA certificate? I think there's a big loophole in your logic." The people inside and outside the courtroom were arguing heatedly. Gu Nianji seemed to want to give an explanation to the debate. She smiled and began to ask the defendant's legal team. "May I ask the defense lawyers, if Kevin can't identify his former classmate, can I prove that his identity is different from the identity you have proposed?" Questioning Kevin's identity was proving that he wasn't the appointed diplomat. In other words, he couldn't enjoy diplomatic immunity. Lu Onping's face was livid as he squeezed out the words from between his teeth. Lawyer Gu, when you questioned my client's identity, did you forget about the DNA certificate? Isn't that enough? Gu Nianji spread her hands and said seriously, I didn't forget about his DNA certificate. But that DNA certificate can only prove that he is related to John Laris and Kelly Lee. It can't prove that he is the same person as the person on this appointment letter and identity certificate. Lawyer Gu, you're twisting words and forcing logic. I'm being realistic. Gu Nianji put Kevin's resume on the big screen again and said, please take a look, everyone. A person's attributes include not only biological attributes, but also social attributes. Biological attributes are DNA, and social attributes are his sense of social existence since he was young. The school he went to, the friends he made, the people he met, and the things he did, all of these things combine to form a complete person. He has both biological and social attributes. But now, Mr. Kevin can't confirm his previous social experience. He can't even identify his former classmates. Shouldn't we reasonably suspect that Mr. Kevin's social attributes are different from the person appointed on this appointment letter? Lu Onping was blinded by Gu Nianji's tricks. She almost messed up the deal that was already set in stone. Lu Onping immediately made a decision. He stood up abruptly and walked in front of Kevin. He knocked on the table of the dock and said in a low voice, Mr. Kevin, you must identify him. After a pause, he said, it's just recognizing a few classmates. It's no big deal. Anyway, the other party can only pester the issue of the diplomat. As long as we can prove that you're the cultural counselor, other problems won't be a problem. He said it vaguely, but Kevin could hear between the lines. In other words, as long as they could prove that he was a diplomat, then the mental illness they had prepared would actually be useless. Kevin's eyes had been blank for a long time, and his face was stiff. He hadn't said a word. After hearing Lu Onping's words, his eyes rolled, and his entire body seemed to come back to life. Slowly raising his hand and rubbing the back of his neck, Kevin looked at Gu Nianji and said, give it to me. I'll identify him. Gu Nianji's smile froze. She seemed to be surprised and stammered, identify what? Of course it's a classmate photo, Kevin said calmly. Do you regret it, Lawyer Gu? Of course I don't regret it. Gu Nianji's face was fierce, but she was also a little panicked. When she picked up the classmate photo album, her curled little fingers were trembling slightly. Lu Jin, who was sitting in the corner of the courtroom and watching, sighed with emotion. He said, my girl is getting better and better. Her acting skills are natural. Not to mention those idiots up there, even I was almost fooled by her. The corners of Lu Yuan's mouth twitched, but he didn't comment. However, even with his professional eyes, Gu Nianji's acting skills today could be given at least 9 points. She had even noticed many details. This was because Xiaoheng had taught her well. At that moment, Hu Xiaoheng, who had been praised by Lu Yuan, was sitting in his office and watching the trial with General Ji. Seeing Gu Nianji's subtle expressions and small movements, a hint of a smile flashed across Hu Xiaoheng's eyes. This time, it wasn't a series of traps, but a trap to invite the enemy into the urn. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 2106, Inviting the Enemy into the Urn, 1. There were 2 updates today. At 9:00 in the evening. P.S. When everyone votes for the golden keyboard, remember that my author's name is Records of Cambrian. Important things must be repeated 3 times, Records of Cambrian. Records of Cambrian. Records of Cambrian. It's the reporter's record, the reporter's record, the reporter's record. It's not the commemorative G beside the twisted wire. Everyone, don't vote wrongly. Or, when you vote, go directly to the year-end ceremony, in the middle of the app's bookshelf, and you can directly see the place where you vote. As long as my book is on the bookshelf, after entering the year-end ceremony, my name will appear in the writers you might know, in the middle of the page. I'm currently in the 50s, and below it is the title of Hello, Major General. Be careful. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 21:19. Kevin calmly snatched the student roster from Gunyenji's hands and flipped through it. Give me a pen. He extended his hand to the legal team behind him. The Indian lawyer, Arif, immediately passed his pen over. Kevin took the pen and flipped through the student roster while randomly circling 5 students. 2 were 11th grade students that Gunyenji had requested, and the other 3 were his senior classmates. When he handed the student roster back to Gunyenji, Kevin said dryly, I don't remember most of the 5th grade students, so I only picked the 11th grade and senior students. Gunyenji pursed her lips and said reluctantly, Really? Are you sure these 5 are all your classmates? You won't say you remembered wrong again, right? Why don't you take another look? Kevin looked down and scanned the 3 student books again. This is the school I studied at. How could I not remember? If you don't believe me, you can check the school's graduation list. With Kevin's confirmation, Gunyenji's emotions gradually returned to normal. She no longer panicked. She put away the list of names that Kevin had circled and turned around with a smile. She looked at the judge in the courtroom and said, Your Honor, the defendant Kevin has circled 5 students. Although it was a random circle, Kevin confirmed that these 5 students are indeed his classmates. The judge was speechless. What did you mean by saying all this? People who didn't know better would think you were the defense lawyer, not the prosecution lawyer. The judge wasn't the only one who thought that. Even Kevin's American legal team looked at Gunyenji in confusion. They didn't understand what she was trying to do. Only Kevin secretly clenched his fists and lowered his eyes. His gaze flickered, and he felt uneasy for the first time. As expected, not long after, Gunyenji connected to the big screen in the courtroom again. She gestured to the tech guy and said, I'm going to play 5 interview videos now. Please lower the volume. When the surveillance video was played earlier, the volume had to be especially loud to be heard. Now that it was a video dedicated to the interview, the volume was still so loud that it deafened everyone's ears. The tech guy adjusted in time and lowered the volume. Gunyenji raised her hand and said to the people in the courtroom, everyone saw that the defendant, Kevin, just circled the names of 5 people and claimed that they were his classmates. As she spoke, she pulled up the PowerPoint version of the student roster and played it for everyone to see. Defendant Kevin just circled Kelly and Mike from the 11th grade, and Nikki, Heather, and Chris from the 4th year. There's a total of 3 women and 2 men. I have the interview videos of these 5 people. Please take a look. Next, Gunyenji pulled up the interview videos of the 5 people. Each person only had about a minute, so it was very short and concise. Kelly, you're asking Kevin. Oh, I remember him. He was a shy little boy who didn't like to talk to others. I remember him because he once showed off his tea ceremony from Japan. Very elegant, unforgettable. Mike, Kevin. Of course I know him. Although we didn't have many classes together, in the entire grade, there weren't many people who didn't remember him. Although he looked small, he could fight very well. He was a karate master. Nikki, Kevin. I think I had a classmate like that, but we only had a few classes together. I'm not familiar with him. Heather, Kevin was a male classmate who knew how to cook. We used to be very familiar with his dorm room. We went out for a picnic together, and the Japanese sushi he brought was very delicious. I haven't had such delicious sushi since graduation. Chris, I'm relatively familiar with Kevin. He's Japanese American, and apparently his ancestors came to the United States during World War II. Oh, right, his grandparents were also imprisoned in a concentration camp, the Japanese American concentration camp in the United States. I sympathize with what they went through. If they didn't do anything wrong, then it's wrong to be imprisoned in a concentration camp. The 5-minute video ended, and the smile on Gu Nianji's face grew wider. Everyone else was still frowning as they pondered Gu Nianji's intentions, but Lu Onping's heart skipped a beat as he realized a problem. However, he was very cautious and wouldn't speak rashly without thinking it through. However, the Indian lawyer, Arif, was already yelling, "What does Lawyer Gu mean? My client just randomly circled a classmate, and you've already obtained the interview video? This was simply unimaginable. You're faking it. These videos are all fake." Gu Nianji smiled slightly. "What's so hard to understand? Mr. Arif, I actually have all of Mr. Kevin's interview videos with his 5th-, 11th-, and 4th-year classmates. So no matter whose name Mr. Kevin chooses, I can immediately show you the relevant interview video. All I need is a search function." Gu Nianji shrugged and looked at him with a relaxed smile. The Indian lawyer, Arif, stared at Gu Nianji with his mouth agape. There was only one thought in his mind: is this even possible? As expected, this woman was so famous at such a young age. It really wasn't a publicity stunt. The Indian lawyer was speechless, and Lu Onping didn't say a word. The white lawyer, Paul Creedon, sitting on the right, spoke in Mandarin with a Southern American accent. "But even if your interview video is real, what does that mean?" Paul spoke carefully. His Mandarin wasn't as fluent as Arif's and Lu Onping's, but he didn't use the wrong grammar or rhetoric. He only spoke with a Southern American accent, like a straight tongue that couldn't be bent. "These 5 people all confirmed that my client is their classmate. Doesn't this prove that his identity is beyond doubt? He is Kevin Laris, the cultural counselor appointed by our President and Secretary of State to the Huaxia Empire, so he has unquestionable diplomatic immunity. This is a false accusation, and he shouldn't be standing here on trial from the beginning. I urge the Huaxia military court to immediately withdraw the case and compensate my client for all his losses, including, but not limited to, legal fees." Gu Nianji snorted and shook her head. Lawyer Paul is most concerned about legal fees, as expected. This is the right direction, and I agree with you. Paul was in his 60s, so he naturally wouldn't be angered by Gu Nianji's insinuations. He bowed slightly and said, "The legal fees are already quite a large expense for my client." Gu Nianji nodded and said sympathetically, "That's true. You are all famous criminal trial lawyers in the United States, and everyone's appearance fees are very high. With so many people gathered together and staying in the Huaxia Empire for more than 2 months, the accumulated legal fees are already astronomical." The Indian lawyer, Arif, snapped out of his daze and immediately said, "Thank you, Lawyer Gu, for settling the bill for us, but at this time, shouldn't we be discussing how to withdraw the case and compensate my client?" Gu Nianji's eyes drifted over and her fingers tapped lightly. The video on the computer changed, and it was no longer Kevin's interview. Instead, it was Kevin's executive resume at the Carlyle Corporation, as well as his identity verification when the Imperial Capital High Military Court filed the case. Gu Nianji's voice suddenly became serious. "Everyone, please take a look. The client involved in this case, Kevin Laris, has always been Chinese in the Huaxia Empire. This includes, but is not limited to, his passport, driver's license, and proof of credit card application. Important things must be repeated 3 times, Chinese. Chinese. Chinese." She immediately switched to the previous video and said, "However, according to the identity resume on the letter of appointment as the cultural counselor, the 5 classmates that Kevin just identified all said with certainty that he is of Japanese descent. Japanese descent. Japanese descent. May I ask how you can prove that the Japanese Kevin on this letter of appointment as the cultural counselor is the Chinese Kevin involved in this case? This is today's second update, Chapter 2107, inviting you to the urn, 2. Today's second update. P.S. When everyone votes for the golden keyboard, go directly to the year-end ceremony, in the middle of the app's bookshelf, and you can see the place to vote. As long as my book is on the bookshelf, after entering the year-end ceremony, my name will appear in the Writers You May Know, in the middle of the page. I'm currently in the 40s, and below it is the title of Hello, Major General. Be careful. Everyone, don't vote wrongly. P.S. Thank you. Reading is the only thing that makes people happy in the journey of life, for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 2120. As soon as Gu Nianji finished speaking, she immediately displayed the ID Kevin filled in when he entered the country. There was even a copy of his passport application form in the United States. The U.S. passport didn't have a race option, but it was on the passport application form. However, this option could be filled in or not. It wasn't mandatory. However, for some reason, Kevin had ticked off the Chinese option on all the applications. To Americans, both Chinese and Japanese were Asian. Asking them to differentiate between Chinese and Japanese was like asking Huaxia people to differentiate between white Americans and white Europeans. It was difficult to tell the difference from appearance. Also, because the Huaxia Empire had a stronger presence internationally in recent years, many Americans would assume an East Asian was Chinese when they saw him or her. And in the past few years, all Chinese, Japanese, Korean, Indian, and even people from Southeast Asian countries were uniformly referred to as Asians in the United States. The government documents didn't have such a clear distinction. With the development of the Asian community, the smart, capable, and hardworking Asians had a higher and higher status in American society. Their economic conditions were getting better and better. Seeing that they were about to unite and have their own political demands, the white people became anxious. The elites who liked to engage in politics quickly came up with a very insidious plan. This was the Asian subdivision principle. They reclassified the previously unified Asian Chinese, Japanese, Indian, Korean, and Southeast Asian Chinese into different racial categories and linked them to various social resources. In this way, in order to compete for limited social resources, Asians were bound to fight with each other and become a mess. In one fell swoop, the possibility of Asians being able to unite and become a political force in the UA political arena was killed. Therefore, in the application documents of the U.S. government, the former Asians were divided into a number of detailed racial divisions. Chinese, Japanese, Korean, Indian, and people born in Southeast Asian countries were all categorized very carefully. It even became part of their identification. Kevin's American lawyers were very familiar with this history, so when they saw Gu Nianji type out the application document, they couldn't help but have a conflicted expression. Wasn't this shooting oneself in the foot? They had carefully prepared so much evidence, even connecting the President and the Secretary of State, but they had failed because of a small racial division. On the government application document, a person only had one racial attribute. Even if you were mixed Huaxia and Japanese, you would have your own racial attribute in the United States, which was called hybrid. If Kevin acknowledged his identity as a mixed race, he wouldn't have written that he was Chinese when applying for a passport. However, according to the information from the places he went to school, his identity was Japanese, not Chinese. Lu Onping's expression changed as he immediately stood up and said, "Objection. The prosecution lawyer used illegal means to obtain my client's identification documents. On behalf of my client, I request the court not to use the illegally obtained information." Gu Nianji smiled and said, "Lawyer Lu, why do you think my information is illegal? Can't I obtain this information legally?" Lu Omping was stunned, but he quickly reacted and said, "The trial was suddenly announced today, but great lawyer Gu has been preparing this information for at least 2 months." Gu Nianji wasn't sure, but she didn't deny it either. She said meaningfully. Likewise. Everyone knew that she was referring to Kevin's diplomatic status. It turned out that while they thought they were stalling for time, the Huaxia Empire's lawyers and law enforcement officers hadn't been idle. The feelings of Kevin's American lawyers were indescribable. The important evidence that Gu Nianji had produced today was, of course, based on the information provided by Hua Xiaoheng. She had used legal means to collect it again. More than 2 months ago, Hua Xiaoheng had asked his field personnel to investigate Kevin's background abroad and discovered some very interesting phenomena. For example, his race. Of course, there were some other problems. Gu Nianji hadn't brought it up yet. The information that could be obtained in court was all through the light and had legal proof. It wasn't the original information that Hua Xiaoheng and the others had collected. Gu Nianji quickly typed up the inquiry statement that she had provided to the U.S. government agency as a lawyer. Lu Omping felt like he had been punched in the face. He asked in surprise. "How can the U.S. government agency provide you with this information that involves the privacy of citizens? This is illegal." Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow and said nonchalantly, "I obtained these identity documents the way you obtained Kevin's diplomatic status. If I break the law, you will break the law too. How about it? In order to pull me down, why don't you admit that you illegally obtained your client's diplomatic status first? I'll admit that I illegally obtained this evidence for the trial." Lu Omping didn't have time to speak before the Indian lawyer immediately jumped up and shouted, "Objection! Our diplomatic status was obtained legally, and your application documents were obtained illegally. It's not the same thing at all." He looked in the direction of the courtroom and continued to speak passionately, "Your Honor, the prosecution's lawyer has already admitted in court that her information was obtained illegally. On behalf of my client, I strongly request that the prosecution's lawyer be severely punished for illegally obtaining my client's privacy." Gu Nianji couldn't hold it in anymore. She rolled her eyes and said, "When did you hear me say that my information was obtained illegally? Is there something wrong with your hearing, or is there something wrong with your IQ?" The Indian lawyer, Arif, was most proud of his IQ. When he heard Gu Nianji belittle his IQ like that, he immediately flew into a rage and almost swung his fist. "Prosecution lawyer, don't go too far. My Chinese is over level 6. And my IQ has always been very stable. Thank you for your compliment." Gu Nianji stopped smiling and quickly clicked on the computer. She typed up the complete information chain that she had obtained from the U.S. government. She didn't look up as she said, "This is my New York State lawyer's license. As an American lawyer, I am requesting legal assistance from Mr. Hout, the New York Congressman of the U.S. Senate. I hope that he can endorse me and request the U.S. Immigration Agency to review the original information that Kevin filled in when he applied for a U.S. passport. You are successful lawyers in the United States, so you know better than I do the regulatory function of the U.S. Senator to the government. As long as it is a request from a senator, the government agency cannot refuse unless the information involves national security secrets. Kevin is only a normal citizen in the U.S. Immigration Agency's information and does not involve any national security secrets. Therefore, the U.S. Immigration Agency sent Kevin's application information to Congressman Hout. Mr. Hout shared this information with me. I have a signed letter from Mr. Hout here. Do you want to see it?" Gu Nianji's fingers clicked on the mouse and she looked coldly at the Indian lawyer, Arif. "Lawyer Arif, the way I obtained this information is more legal than the way you obtained Kevin's diplomatic status." The Indian lawyer, Arif, was anxious. He scratched his ears and cheeks for a long time before saying, "But you are a Huaxia Empire lawyer. Where did you get your American lawyer license?" 2 years ago, I interned with my mentor, Professor He Zhichu, at the U.S. Congress for 6 months. Gu Nianji calmly tossed out He Zhichu. Although He Ji-chu had only been in this world for 4 years, he had already made a name for himself in the American legal world. When Gu Nianji mentioned He Ji-chu, even the Indian lawyer, Arif, was stumped. He froze for a moment before remembering that Gu Nianji was the favorite student of the legendary American legal world, He Ji-chu. Gu Nianji thought of He Ji-chu, and her voice softened. She smiled and said, "When my mentor forced me to take the New York State bar exam, I was quite unwilling. I didn't expect to be able to help me today." She looked at everyone and said proudly, "My mentor, Professor He Ji-chu, is a very good professor. He is the kind of hardcore professor who would send mercenaries to rescue you even if you were captured by terrorists and bring you back to complete your thesis." This is the first chapter for today. Chapter 2108, Inviting the Enemy to the Urn, 3. Today is Monday again. Let me remind my dear friends about your recommendation tickets. Monday's recommendation tickets are very important. It's 2 o'clock today. At 9 o'clock in the evening the next day. P.S. I'll be taking a vacation after this week. I plan to stay at home and save my manuscripts. I'll try to write more next month and return all the tips and chapters. Moi moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 2121. I haven't posted a single chapter for a long time. Today, I was reminded by my lovely book friends to post a single chapter. Knock on the blackboard to highlight the main point. The author of Hello, Major General is Records of Cambrian. When my dear friends from Chitian voted for the Golden Keyboard Assistant, remember that it should be Records of Cambrian. Important things to repeat 3 times, Records of Cambrian. Records of Cambrian. Records of Cambrian. Records of Reporters. Records of Reporters. Records of Reporters. Not the commemorative G beside the twisted wire. After reading my works for so many years, my dear friends can't even figure out my author's name. Also, my author's name has a profile picture. A profile picture. A profile picture. A knockoff doesn't have a profile picture. And no books. Not a single one. Don't vote for the wrong person, the confused author cried in front of the keyboard. Yes, these words were typed by rolling on the keyboard. Also, today is Monday, my dear friends, please vote for me. Vote for all. Save the monthly votes and vote for double at the end of the month. Thank you. P.S. Today's first chapter has been updated, just flip to the previous chapter. At 9 p.m. the next day. To download the latest TXT ebook of this book, please click Reading on Mobile Phone, post a book review. For convenience of reading next time, you can click on the Collect button below to record the reading record of Hello, Major General, author Records of Cambrian, free single chapter. Next time you open the bookshelf, you can see it. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 2122. He Ji-chu's name was an unsurpassable existence in the minds of the American lawyers hired by Kevin. He had never actually gone to court to fight a criminal case, but he had consulted other lawyers on criminal cases. His ideas were always on point and could turn the tables. The cases he personally handled were all related to business mergers. The case that made him famous was the battle of words in Congress to help clear the obstacles for the merger of 2 large mobile companies. When American companies reached a certain scale, whether it was a merger or a breakup, they could no longer decide on their own. They needed the approval of Congress. Otherwise, if the antitrust label was put on them, those who wanted to merge would be foiled, and those who didn't want to merge would be broken up. They would be taught the iron fist of capitalism in minutes. Therefore, the lawyers who worked on business cases in the United States were all elites among elites. This was because such a large-scale business merger case needed to convince hundreds of high-ranking members of Congress who represented the interests of all parties. It was not like a criminal case, where one only needed to convince the judge and jury in court. The difficulty and intensity of the work was unimaginable for ordinary people. In an instant, all of them revealed expressions of yearning. Gu Nianji was very happy to see this. She glanced at them and said, "So the information I obtained is reasonable and legal. The defendant's lawyer's request is unreasonable. I hope the court can call it back." The judge in the courtroom discussed it with the clerk and agreed to Gu Nianji's request. "I agree to call it back. Defendant's lawyer, please provide evidence carefully and don't waste everyone's time." The Indian lawyer, Arif, flushed from the scolding. He sat down awkwardly and glared at Lu Onping next to him. He was the one who refuted first, but he was the one who was reprimanded later. The Indian lawyer, Arif, expressed his dissatisfaction. Gu Nianji nodded at the judge and thanked him. "Thank you, Your Honor." She turned to look at the defendant's doc and continued, "Because we discovered contradictions in the defendant Kevin's ethnic identity, our team conducted further investigations. As a result, we discovered that Kevin's identity had been filled out as Japanese from birth until he graduated from university. But when he applied for a passport to come to the Huaxia Empire a year ago, he chose the ethnic identity of Huaxia. Ever since he came to our country, he has always been active as a Chinese. He quickly blended in with everyone, and no one suspected that he was not a Chinese." Gu Nianji walked to Kevin's dock and knocked on the table. She asked with a smile, "Mr. Kevin, can you explain to everyone why you suddenly changed your ethnic identity before coming to Huaxia? Are you trying to hide something?" Kevin looked up and stared at Gu Nianji for a while before replying calmly, "No, my father is Japanese and my mother is Chinese, so it doesn't matter what I choose." "Your father is Japanese?" Gu Nianji raised her eyebrows. "But your surname, Laris, doesn't look Japanese." "Laris is an American surname." Kevin sneered and said sarcastically, "Lawyer Gu doesn't look like much. Didn't you say you investigated me? How could you not know that my father was actually a Japanese orphan adopted by the American Laris?" Gu Nianji thought to herself, "Of course I know this, but why would I tell you?" She pretended to be surprised and said, "Then this American Laris should be your grandfather. How can you talk about him in such a casual tone? TSK, how unfilial." Gu Nianji didn't object to directly calling the elders by their names, but her tone had to be respectful when speaking, or it would be very rude. The corners of Kevin's mouth twitched. "I'm answering your question. What do you mean by tone? Are you at your wit's end?" Gu Nianji laughed. "Everyone knows you're at your wit's end. Mr. Kevin, your Chinese is quite good. As a Japanese American born and raised in the United States, you can also speak Chinese with a broadcasting accent. Your Chinese teacher growing up must be someone important." Gu Nianji rested one elbow on the defendant's stand, as though she was tired from standing and needed support. She then asked, "Mr. Kevin, do you still remember who your Chinese teacher was growing up?" Kevin crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair. He said indifferently, "Is this question related to the case? Can I refuse to answer?" "No. This question is closely related to the case." Gu Nianji looked at him without batting an eyelid. "If you don't answer, I'll have one more reason to suspect you of faking your identity." Even so, Kevin didn't directly answer Gu Nianji's question. He glanced at Lu Onping, who understood what he meant and immediately asked the judge for a 10-minute recess. The judge agreed to his suggestion and asked them to leave to discuss countermeasures. In the small conference room next to the courtroom, Kevin asked Lu Onping, "Can I answer this question?" Lu Onping's brows furrowed tightly. "I don't see how important this question is. Why can't you answer it? I'm just asking you for advice." Kevin was also unhappy. "You can't give professional guidance, and you're asking me instead. Is this how you do things?" Lu Onping's face flushed and paled at Kevin's words. Finally, he said, Then who are your Chinese teachers? Are they very good? Kevin was speechless. He said unhappily, "You've been led astray by Gu Nianji. I really can't figure out what this question has to do with the case. Is she really not wasting time or stalling for time? Once the trial starts, she won't be able to control the time." The Indian lawyer, Arif, tried to explain to Kevin, "As long as your Chinese teacher is fine, just say it. Let's see what tricks she has up her sleeve." Lu Onping was more cautious and careful. He thought about it before asking, "Then who are your Chinese teachers? Tell us, we'll do a quick background check first." Kevin had no choice but to say, "I've only had one Chinese private teacher since I was young, and that was Du Yueming. She taught me Chinese for 10 years, from the age of 5 to 15. Du Yueming." Lu Onping's brows furrowed even more. That sounds familiar. She's very good. She now owns a very large Chinese language training center in the United States. She's no longer a private teacher. Kevin introduced Du Yueming's background information to him. Before she went to the United States, she was a host for the evening news program on the Huaxia Empire's national television station. Her Chinese is very fluent. Lu Onping understood and sighed in relief. No wonder Gu Nianji said your Chinese is like a broadcast accent. It's truly extraordinary. So your Chinese was taught one-on-one by such a good person. Kevin smiled and looked at his watch. It's time. Let's go back. When they returned to the courtroom, Gu Nianji was still relentless. She asked who Kevin's Chinese teacher was. Kevin said confidently, "It's Madame Du Yueming. She taught me from the age of 5 to 15. I learned my Chinese from her." Gu Nianji tilted her head and thought about it. Du Yueming. Is that the Du Yueming I'm thinking of? She used to be a well-known host for the evening news program on the Huaxia Empire's national television station? That Du Yueming. Kevin still crossed his arms and nodded nonchalantly. He said meaningfully, "That's her. But she left the Huaxia Empire's national television station many years ago to go abroad. I didn't expect Lawyer Gu to know this person at such a young age. She's really not simple." Gu Nianji smiled mischievously. "You flatter me. That person is really too famous. There are still many posts about her on the internet." Gu Nianji had grown up on the internet. How could she not know this person? Even if she had left the country a long time ago and settled down in another country. Really? That just shows that she's good at her job. That's why I can speak fluent Chinese. Kevin said mockingly. Gu Nianji returned to her plaintiff stand and pulled up Du Yueming's information. She put it on the big screen and pointed at Du Yueming's dignified and delicate profile photo. This was the most famous evening news host on the Huaxia Empire's national television station. She was already famous when she went abroad. As she spoke, Gu Nianji changed the topic. She looked at Kevin and said, Du Yueming taught Chinese abroad, so her net worth was very high. With her status, teaching a class of 100 people would have cost $5,000 a lesson 20 years ago. If you want to hire her as a private tutor, as far as I know, the price would only be higher than $5,000 a lesson. But Mr. Kevin, your family's annual income was less than $50,000 when you were young. May I ask how your parents were able to pay at least $5,000 a lesson to hire the famous Du Yueming to be your private tutor? Kevin was stunned. He opened his mouth, only to realize that his excuses were weak and feeble. Gu Nianji didn't allow him to speak. She quickly continued, "Don't tell me that Du Yueming taught you Chinese for free. Why would she do something like that for free? Your father hadn't made a name for himself yet, and his family wasn't rich or powerful. Why would she teach you Chinese for free?" Lu Onping rubbed his temples. He knew that every question Gu Nianji asked was a trap, but what was infuriating was that the angle of her questions were all unusual and impossible to defend against. Fighting a lawsuit with her was exhausting. Kevin was still trying to think of a reasonable reason when Gu Nianji had already taken out Du Yueming's bank account and said, "Everyone, please take a look. This is Du Yueming's bank account from back then. It clearly shows that Du Yueming would deposit 4 checks into her bank account every week. Each check was for $5,000, and the person who signed the checks was John Laris. If I'm not mistaken, this John Laris is Kevin's father, John Laris. Mr. Kevin, tell me, your father's annual salary was less than $50,000 20 years ago. How did he pay $20,000 a week to hire such an expensive private tutor for you when you were young? Where did the money come from?" This was the second update of the day, Chapter 2109, inviting you to the urn, 4. Today was Monday again. A reminder to everyone about your recommendation tickets. Monday's recommendation tickets were especially important. There were 2 updates today. Moi, everyone, my little angels. Chapter 21-23. Kevin's hands gradually tightened. His palms were sweating, but he could barely maintain a normal expression on his face. He looked at Gu Nianji coldly and thought, how long has this woman been investigating him? How did she find out about something so long ago? Did she really find out about it in the past 2 months? If so, then her team's ability to act was too amazing. Kevin glanced at the team of lawyers he had hired from the United States, and a trace of hostility flashed in his eyes. Gu Nianji looked at him with a smile and had no intention of stopping. She continued to beat him when he was down. "Mr. Kevin, can you explain? Your mother has always been a housewife and has never worked. Your father's annual salary was Weibo more than 20 years ago. How did he afford a Chinese private tutor that exceeded his income level? I can't figure it out. Won't Mr. Kevin explain it to us?" Kevin looked away and snorted. Lawyer Gu is so knowledgeable. Don't you know that there are people who don't live off their salary? He then snorted. Oh, I forgot. You're from an ordinary background and have an ordinary family background. How would you know how the rich live their lives? He looked up and said dryly, back then, Princess Diana of England was only a kindergarten teacher. How did she marry into the British royal family and become the princess of the Crown Prince? I'm sure Lawyer Gu is also puzzled. Oh, yes. Princess Diana was a kindergarten teacher back then. How did she marry the Crown Prince of England and become the princess of the Crown Prince? Gu Nianji actually began to gossip excitedly. Dianji's eyes were extraordinarily bright, like she was about to turn into a teenage girl chasing after her idol. The corners of Kevin's eyes twitched uncontrollably. He began to feel that something was wrong, but the arrow had to be fired. If he was the slightest bit careless, even his identity as a cultural counselor wouldn't be able to save him. Lu Onping also felt that something was wrong and raised his voice to stop Kevin from continuing. Lawyer Gu, Princess Diana was actually born into the Spencer family, which is second to none in the United Kingdom. This family has a tradition of marriage with the royal family. As for being a kindergarten teacher, it was just a job she did to pass time. It's just like how rich people like to do charity. No one would think they lived on that little salary. Gu Nianji nodded with interest and said exaggeratedly, I see. I really didn't know. Lawyer Lu, you know so much. Lu Onping, his migraine was coming back. Kevin looked at Gu Nianji with disdain and said, now you know why my family was able to hire such an expensive private Chinese tutor for me. Gu Nianji shook her head and said, I'm sorry, I still don't understand. Can you make it clearer? Kevin frowned and didn't want to talk. The Indian barrister, Arif, said at once, very simple analogy. Princess Diana did not join the royal family because she was a kindergarten teacher, and my client did not use his father's annual salary to hire a private tutor. Oh. Then what do you rely on? Gu Nianji continued to ask with a smile. Her tone was gentle and her attitude was extremely kind. The Indian-born lawyer, Arif, blurted out, "Of course it's the family fortune." This was the so-called old money. Money, the blue blood family, compared to you upstarts who came later, I don't know how much higher. Gu Nianji chuckled. So, Mr. Arif is saying that the defendant, Kevin's father, Laris, was born into an established family? You could say that. The Indian-born lawyer, Arif, nodded, then asked Kevin. Is that right? Kevin rolled his eyes. Of course, is there any other explanation? My father and mother's families have trust funds. The annual dividends are millions of US dollars, so why would they care about an annual salary of 50,000 US dollars? Gu Nianji waited for him to mention the trust fund. She quickly walked back to her plaintiff's stand and turned on the computer. She pulled up a series of documents and put them on the big screen again. She pointed with a laser pointer and said, "Isn't this the structure chart of the Laris and Lee families' trust funds?" Kevin's pupils constricted imperceptibly, and his face darkened. He said coldly, "You're messing with me. You clearly know where my family's money comes from, yet you still ask." Lu Onping immediately stood up and said, "Objection. My client's family fortune has nothing to do with this case. Counsel, please do not ramble on and waste everyone's time." The judge looked at Gu Nianji with some difficulty and said, "Lawyer Gu, if this question is no longer an issue, we can move on to the next topic." Of course, Gu Nianji disagreed. She put away her smile and said seriously, "Your Honor, the fortune of Kevin's parents' family is closely related to this case. I will soon prove it." The judge raised his eyebrows in surprise. He really couldn't see how it was related. However, seeing that Gu Nianji spoke with certainty, and her previous experience proved that she wouldn't speak without thinking, the judge acquiesced to her request. Gu Nianji immediately pulled up more evidence from her laptop and pointed them out one by one. "Everyone, please look. This is the situation of the Laris family 100 years ago. They were downright poor people in the northern United States and had been doing odd jobs for a living. 50 years ago, a young man from the Laris family went to Japan and stayed there for a few years. When he returned, he brought back an adopted Japanese boy, who was the biological father of Kevin, the subject of this case. After this young man returned to the United States, he suddenly had some money and began to do futures business in New York. After so many years, he actually didn't make much money, but the trust fund he set up for his adopted Japanese son, Laris, had a fixed amount of money deposited into it every year. This fixed amount of money is huge. On the surface, it looks like it was transferred from Brazil, South America. It is said that the young man earned the money from doing futures trading in Brazil. But in fact, if you follow the route map of these international fund transfers, no matter how many turns it takes or how many twists and turns it goes through, you will find that all these remittances actually come from one organization. Gu Nianji pressed on the computer, and a special logo appeared on the big screen, a red sun rising from a blue sea. See? This is the source of all his funds. They all come from one account, the remittance account of the Tokyo Secret Service in Japan. And what kind of organization is the Tokyo Secret Service in Japan? May I ask Lawyer Lu, do you know? Gu Nianji tapped on the big screen with a laser pointer in her hand, as if she was going to knock out the key points of the mafia. Lu Onping's face was livid, and his body trembled uneasily. Gu Nianji's expression became even more solemn, and she said coldly, "The Tokyo Secret Service is the Japanese intelligence agency. How dare a family supported by the Japanese intelligence agency pretend to be noble in front of us? Old money, blue blood. Do you know that the so-called old money is the dirtiest and bloodiest? Because that is the money earned in the primitive capital accumulation stage, it is really blood and dirty from head to toe. Lu Onping began to panic and couldn't help but stand up and interrupt Gu Nianji's words. Objection. These accusations by the prosecution lawyer are groundless. They cannot be used as evidence in court. Gu Nianji slapped the plaintiff's stand and said sternly, I don't need you to judge whether this evidence is true or false. I have already sent it to the U.S. Congress, and they will naturally judge whether it is true or false. Your president's Russia connection is already hard enough. How about another Sun connection? Let's see if he is still willing to appoint a Japanese spy as a diplomat of the U.S. government. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 2110, inviting you to the urn, 5. There were 2 updates today. At 9:00 in the evening of the second update. P.S. Thank you to the leader of Wu Ai Hall for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah, everyone, little angels. Chapter 2124. The courtroom was silent for another minute, then it erupted again. This kind of situation seemed to be the norm in trials with Gu Nianji's participation. It was as if they were riding a roller coaster. Everyone was intoxicated, unable to extricate themselves from it. Outside the courtroom, the official Weibo of the U.S. Embassy in the Huaxia Empire hinted at the threat of war and demanded that the Huaxia Empire release Cultural Counselor Kevin. 666. The President and Secretary of State of the United States appointed a Japanese spy as an American diplomat, and then the Huaxia Empire demanded diplomatic immunity. What a ridiculous move. He's definitely the most ridiculous. He's at the top of the rankings and made his debut. The American lawyers are amazing. They're defending a Japanese spy so enthusiastically and even gave him the position of an American diplomat. Are they stupid? Previous poster is so naive. Could money be called childish? Anyway, as long as they can earn Japanese money, no matter who it is, even if it's a traitor to the United States, these people will accept the case without hesitation. As long as there's enough money, nothing is a problem. That's right. The American lawyer said, what is the country? Can it be eaten? Can it be paid? If you can't pay, then why are you blindly competing? I'm just asking, does your face hurt? Previous poster, there's a serious logical problem with your sentence. The blogger doesn't have a face at all, so how can it hurt? I just want to know, will the bloggers still use war to threaten our country to release your diplomat? Your country is done for. Your country is the United States. Doghead lifesaver. JPG, Gu Nianji smiled as she admired Kevin's expression go from calm to uncontrollably contorting. She raised her hand to look at her watch and said, it's 10 in the morning in the Huaxia Empire. It's 11 at night in the United States. If we wait a little longer, the emergency meeting of the U.S. Congress should have a result. Lu Onping's forehead was covered in sweat. He took out a tissue to wipe the sweat off his forehead and said forcefully, it doesn't matter if the Congress is in session or not, my client was a diplomat at the time of the crime. He should enjoy diplomatic immunity. Gu Nianji stared at him and crossed her arms in front of her chest. She said calmly, is the defense lawyer going to argue until the end? The Indian lawyer, Arif, hurriedly added, even if the Congress revoked my client's diplomatic status, it was only today. As for my client, he was already a legitimate diplomat 2 months ago. Are you being petty with me? Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow. Your appointment letter can be retrodated, so why can't it be retrodated when someone cancels the appointment letter? Mr. Arif, where is your logic? She put down her arms and continued to ridicule. In fact, you might as well have defended yourself according to the mental illness plan that was drafted in the first place. Why did you have to do something superfluous and insist on a diplomatic position? Kevin, Lu Onping, the American lawyers, they glared at Gu Nianji and gritted their teeth. Now they finally understood why Gu Nianji had deliberately taken out a few names and photos of her classmates from the very beginning to point them out to Kevin. That was killing two birds with one stone, inviting the enemy into the trap. To them, if they took a step forward, they would die, and if they retreated, they would die as well. That move alone had completely messed up the possibility of their final bottom-line plan of mental illness. And Kevin's sluggish state at the beginning could also be attributed to mental illness. Later on, even a blind person wouldn't be able to tell that he was mentally ill. Gunyenji smiled as she admired the various poses of these people. She was about to continue speaking when someone suddenly pushed the door open and said to the judge, "Your Honor, the prosecution has received new evidence and hopes to present it immediately." The person who came was Gunyenji's right-hand woman, Mingxing. Her eyes lit up and she immediately asked, "Did the U.S. Senate come out with a result?" Mingxing nodded and said happily, "The U.S. House of Representatives just voted. With 400 votes in favor and 35 abstentions, the President and the Secretary of State passed the resolution to invalidate Kevin's appointment as cultural counselor." Gunyenji laughed and said to the Indian lawyer, "Arif, did you hear that? They didn't revoke your client's diplomatic qualifications. They directly voted to invalidate the appointment letter. Since the appointment letter is invalid, then it would not have taken effect on December 23 last year, nor could it have taken effect. Defendant Kevin, you'd better tell us the truth. Why did the Japanese Secret Service instruct you to kidnap our high-energy physicist in the Huaxia Empire?" Kevin's face was pale as he sat in the dock. He looked like a bamboo that was about to be bent by heavy snow, and even his lips had lost color. Gunyenji looked at the news briefing that Mingxing had sent her and continued, "Kevin's parents have been arrested by the New York CIA. Their home is a stronghold of the Japanese Secret Service in the United States." Lu Onping opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He was still a little confused. This was clearly a legal issue, so how did it end up being linked to a political issue? Kevin's eyes gradually became gloomy, and he stared at Gunyenji like a poisonous snake. Gunyenji clicked her tongue and said, "Your plan not only included kidnapping our country's high-energy physicist, but also attempted to use a honey trap to infiltrate our country's senior generals. However, we saw through it and beat you at your own game, so we were able to arrest you. Defendant Kevin, who are your superiors, and who are your subordinates? Aren't you going to confess?" Gunyenji's tone was persuasive, and her attitude was gentle and natural, like a little girl next door chatting idly. She continued, "Our policy is leniency for those who confess, and severity for those who resist. It's better to confess yourself than to be confessed by others." The Indian-born lawyer, Arif, snorted and said, "I also know that the Huaxia Empire has a saying, leniency for those who confess, and severity for those who resist. Severity for those who resist, and go home for the new year." Gunyenji chuckled and said sarcastically, "Mr. Arif, you know too much. But you can rest assured that we are still very tolerant of our international friends." Kevin still had a blank expression and didn't speak. Gunyenji didn't think she would be able to pry open any secrets in court. She turned to look at the courtroom and concluded, "Your Honor, the defendant Kevin kidnapped and premeditated the murder of our country's high-energy physicist, Song Jining, on the night of December 24 last year. The evidence is conclusive. I hope the court can punish him severely and severely." The judge looked at Gunyenji, who had won a big victory, nodded majestically, and said, "We will adjourn for 5 minutes and wait for the court to deliberate before pronouncing a sentence." With that, he banged the gavel and stood up to leave the courtroom. The courtroom instantly became chaotic. Many people walked over to congratulate Gunyenji, but they couldn't get close to her because her team had already surrounded her tightly. The team she had brought today was actually not from the Senate, but Hu Xiaohing's security team. Kevin's side was much more chaotic. Many people also squeezed over to watch the commotion, and news organizations extended their microphones in an attempt to interview Kevin's legal team. His legal team protected him as they hurried out to the small conference room next door to discuss countermeasures and prepare for the appeal. Suddenly, someone rushed over and pushed through the crowd, shouting, "You heartless bastard! How dare you harm my tutor's life? I'll fight you to the death. As he spoke, he raised his arm and slapped Kevin hard on the right side of his face. The right side of his face burned, but at the same time, Kevin felt the left side of his face being pricked by a needle. Instantly, the left side of his face went numb. Soon, the numbness spread to his entire body. He couldn't even lift his legs, and it was difficult for him to move. When he moved again, his entire body fell to the ground with a thud. The people surrounding Kevin immediately retreated in unison. No one dared to touch him for fear of being blackmailed. The person who had slapped Kevin stood there in a daze. He looked at his hand and said, "Why did I have so much strength?" The court bailiff immediately pushed through the crowd and walked over. He called the judge as he called an ambulance. When Lu Jin saw this, he immediately squeezed over from the corner. He gave Gu Nianji a look and mouthed a question to her, asking her if she wanted him to go take a look. Gu Nianji shook her head at him without batting an eyelid. This was today's second update, Chapter 2111, Dilemma. There were 2 updates today. P.S. If you're happy, you can vote for the golden keyboard and recommendation votes. You can keep the monthly votes and vote for double at the end of the month. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 2125. Gu Nianji's team was Hu Xiaoheng's subordinates. They immediately stood up and said, "We've already called the police. Please ask the bailiff to close the courtroom doors. No one is allowed in or out until the ambulance and police arrive." The restless courtroom immediately quieted down. No one had expected something like this to happen after the trial had ended. The judges and clerks who had already left knew something had happened in the courtroom and were asked by the bailiff to another office to wait for the police to investigate the scene. The man who had rushed up and slapped Kevin was still looking at his hand in a panic. Several men and women walked to his side and began to criticize him. "Brother, how could you be so impulsive? Yeah, even if it was revenge for the tutor, you shouldn't have hit someone. The law has already punished this bad guy for us. Brother, why did you have to get yourself involved?" Gu Nianji listened attentively. These people looked familiar and were probably Song Jinning's masters and doctoral students from the Institute of High Energy Physics. They were probably here to listen in on behalf of the Institute of High Energy Physics. The man who had hit Kevin was short and chubby. His round face was like a steamed bun, and he didn't look like he had the strength to knock Kevin out with one slap. Gu Nianji clicked her tongue and said, "That's really a case of self-destruction." The Indian lawyer, Arif, turned around and glared at Gu Nianji. He shouted, "Hitting someone in court is against the law. It's a felony, understand?" Gu Nianji smiled casually and waved her hand. "That's in the United States. In the Huaxia Empire, as long as it doesn't constitute criminal damage, people will be punished according to public security regulations. They will be fined up to 500 yuan and held in jail for about 3 days." The Indian lawyer, Arif, was flabbergasted. "Public security regulations? You're serious?" Gu Nianji laughed and winked at him. "Of course it's fake. I was joking." The Indian lawyer, Arif, had just sighed in relief when Gu Nianji said seriously, "According to Article 309 of the Huaxia Empire's criminal law, anyone who seriously disrupts the order of a court by gathering a crowd to cause a disturbance, charge into the courtroom, or assault a judicial officer will be sentenced to up to 3 years in prison, criminal detention, public surveillance, or a fine. This is the law we use to deal with this kind of problem." Kevin's American lawyer immediately pointed at the short, fat man who had just hit someone and said, "Then arrest him." Gu Nianji spread her hands. "That's the bailiff's job. I'm the prosecution's lawyer, so I can't intervene in court matters." In fact, as soon as she finished speaking, a bailiff came over and restrained the short and fat man who had just hit her. He was scared out of his wits and kept saying, I'm just fighting for my mentor. Do you know who my mentor is? She was the plaintiff in this case, Song Jining. She was the victim. I'm standing up for my mentor. Gu Nianji sighed and walked over. Brother, can you please shut up? At this time, you should find a lawyer to speak for you, not talk nonsense yourself. You have to know that you are in court now. Every word you say will be used as evidence in court. It has the force of law. The short and fat man quickly shut his mouth, but his eyes were filled with tears, as if he was about to cry. A girl looked at Gu Nianji and suddenly whispered, Lawyer Gu is a lawyer. Can she be senior's defense lawyer? Yes, yes. Great Lawyer Gu, can you be our senior/junior brother's defense lawyer? The graduate students eagerly looked at Gu Nianji as they chattered excitedly. Even the short and fat man looked over and asked hopefully. Can I? Gu Nianji smiled but didn't say anything. This was a tactful rejection. What a joke. They wanted her to be senior's defense lawyer for such a small case. Did they think she had nothing better to do? The other graduate students already understood what Gu Nianji meant. They were also embarrassed because they knew that Gu Nianji was the chief legal counsel of the Senate and was usually very busy. She was representing Song Jining because Song Jining had the authority to hire Gu Nianji. Song Jining was Gu Nianji's fiancée's biological mother. Even if she wasn't, with Song Jining's status in the Huaxia Empire's scientific community and her contributions to the military, students like them couldn't compare. Of course, the difficulty of the case was on a completely different level. They also smiled and began to discuss going to a law firm outside to hire a lawyer for the short and fat man. However, Kai Xiaohe didn't give up. She bit her lip and said softly, Lawyer Gu, can you do it? Senior is doing this for Superintendent Song. If Lawyer Gu helps Senior, it's the same as helping our Superintendent Song. If Superintendent Song knew, he would definitely agree. Gu Nianji felt that this girl was a little insensitive, but she wasn't angry. In her opinion, people who were focused on learning more or less had this problem of not knowing how to read people's expressions. It wasn't a bad thing. Moreover, her father, Lu Jin, was someone who didn't know how to read people's expressions, so she just smiled and didn't say anything. Perhaps her non-committal attitude had caused Kai Xiaohe to misunderstand. Kai Xiaohe boldly said, if Lawyer Gu doesn't say anything, I'll take it as a yes. This was really a look that could be taken as a crush, but another look and she would think that he was deeply in love and wouldn't marry anyone but her. Her ability to talk to herself was also amazing. Gu Nianji had no choice but to speak. She asked calmly, who are you? What's your name? The girl said softly, my name is Kai Xiaohe. I used to be Professor Lu's student. As she spoke, she glanced at Lu Jin. Lu Jin was already impatient. He glared at her and said, what are you looking at? You've already been fired. Kai Xiaohe's face immediately turned red. Just like the short and fat man, she was about to cry. Gu Nianji had no choice but to comfort her. Professor Lu likes to tell the truth. Don't mind him. These words made her feel worse than not saying them. Kai Xiaohe wiped her tears with the back of her hand and sobbed. Lawyer Gu is a good person. My senior, Gu Nianji sighed and said, my fees are very expensive. Are you sure your senior is willing to pay for this lawyer's fee? Kai Xiaohe's eyes widened. You still have to charge me. Her words were crisp and clear. Everyone who was busy checking on Kevin's condition turned to look at her. Kai Xiaohe's eyes were as red as a rabbit's. She shrunk her neck and said, I'm just very surprised. Lawyer Gu is such a good person, but she's like a normal lawyer. She's obsessed with money and talks about money all the time, the money-obsessed American lawyers, Was this woman really not referring to the mulberry tree to insult the locust tree to mock them? Gu Nianji frowned and said, "Your senior's case. If there's a case, there's no need to hire a professional lawyer. The Institute of High Energy Physics has its own legal counsel. He can provide free legal aid to the staff and students in the institute. You can just go to him. This kind of case isn't a big deal." Kai Zhaohe let out an "oh" in disappointment and looked deeply at Gu Nianji. Lu Jin couldn't take it anymore. He walked over and stood in front of Gu Nianji. With a cold expression, he said to her, "Kai Zhaohe, the Institute of High Energy Physics won't give you any subsidies in the future." Kai Zhaohe immediately clenched her fists and said anxiously, "Why? I've worked in the laboratory at the Institute of High Energy Physics. I work at least 10 hours a day. Why don't you give me a subsidy? How can you be like an ordinary student? All you talk about is money. Isn't it your duty as a student to do experiments in the laboratory? You should be laughing if you don't pay for your tuition. You still want subsidies. You're so noble, you should work for the laboratory for free without asking for a penny." "No. I've worked hard. Why can't you give me a reasonable reward?" Kai Zhaohe refused to give up her legal rights. Lu Jin pointed at her face and sneered, "You're just like the United States. You're really double standard. Others can't ask for money when they work, or else they'll be money obsessed. You can't ask for money when you work. Kai Zhaohe, don't think that you can talk nonsense just because you have a big face." "Why?" "Because the cuticles on your face are thicker than others." Lu Jin returned Kai Zhaohe's words to Gu Nianji in a few words. Kai Zhaohe burst into tears and was about to run out of the courtroom. However, the door of the courtroom had already been tightly closed by the bailiff. She stomped her feet at the door and turned back. Finally, she heard the sound of complicated footsteps coming from outside the door. The ambulance and the emergency doctor had arrived. She could also hear the sound of sirens approaching from outside the window. It sounded like the police had arrived as well. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 21:12, You Can Talk Nonsense If You Have a Big Face. There were 2 updates today. At 9:00 in the evening. P.S. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 21:26. Step back. Step back. Everyone step back. Let the doctor in. The bailiffs maintained order at the entrance as they opened the heavy oak doors of the courtroom. A few doctors in large white coats and face masks carried first aid kits and pushed a mobile stretcher as they hurriedly walked in. "Where's the patient?" The lead doctor looked at the room full of people and felt a headache coming on. One of the bailiffs quickly said, "Over here." He led the doctor to Kevin, who had fainted. The doctor quickly opened the first aid kit and began to give Kevin emergency treatment. After a while, he said, "His muscles are numb, but his breathing is normal. It's most likely due to the brain being severely injured by an external force, causing a neurological disorder. He must be sent to the hospital for emergency surgery immediately, or it'll be very dangerous." As he spoke, the doctor put on an oxygen mask for Kevin and placed him on the stretcher under the protection of several bailiffs. He was about to be pushed out of the courtroom. The short, fat man who was being held by the bailiffs cried out in fear, "I only slapped him. How did I injure his brain? That's impossible." The doctor didn't turn around. Slapping someone can be serious or minor. You might think it was only the face, but in reality, the face is rich in nerves and is closely connected to the brain. There are many cases where a slap can deafen a child, or even cause dementia. The short, fat man's classmate had wanted to speak up for him, but immediately shut up after hearing the doctor's words. Kevin's American legal team also wanted to follow but were stopped by the bailiffs. They discussed it, and in the end, only the lead lawyer, LoveLore, was allowed to follow Kevin to the hospital. The rest of them had to wait for the police in the courtroom. Just as they reached the door, Gunyanji felt something was wrong and raised her voice. "Wait!" The bailiffs at the door seemed to be Hu Xiaoheng's men, and immediately closed the door again. Even the emergency doctor couldn't leave. The lead doctor turned around and glared at Gunyanji. "Who are you? You're going to take responsibility if the patient is delayed and something happens to him." Gunyanji walked forward slowly and pointed at Kevin, who was lying on the stretcher. "Tell me about his condition again, just like you said earlier." The doctor was stunned for a moment and immediately said, "I said that his whole body is paralyzed, but his breathing is normal. His brain has been severely damaged because of the external force. He needs to be sent to the hospital for emergency surgery immediately, or else it will be very dangerous." Gunyanji nodded. "That's it. I saw that he couldn't move, and you said that his muscles were paralyzed. What kind of paralysis is it? Do you still need me to tell you which degree? Can't you see with your own eyes?" The leading doctor's attitude was getting worse. "I'm in a hurry to save people. Can you not block the way? If it's the kind of paralysis I saw, then how can he breathe normally?" Gunyanji asked suspiciously. "You're a professional doctor. Don't tell me you don't even know this." The leading doctor held his breath. He was indeed a little careless and made a few medical accidents. As a result, he was still unable to be promoted even though he was in his 50s. He was still an attending physician and was not even an associate chief physician. The patient he was treating this time was a big shot. If he did well, he would have a chance to be promoted to deputy chief physician. Therefore, his attitude was very tough as he yelled at Gunyanji, "Aren't you giving him oxygen? What are you doing? Get out of my way. Why would he need oxygen if he can breathe normally?" Gunyanji was relentless. "Which hospital are you from? Is it a military hospital?" The leading doctor closed his eyes and shook his head patiently. "No, but a human life is at stake right now. Can you talk about the hospital later? It's precisely because a human life is at stake that I need to find out your identities." Gunyanji looked at the faces of the emergency doctors wearing masks. "Tell me, which hospital are you from? Who was that?" A bailiff in the courtroom gripped his phone nervously and stammered, It was me who called. They're the closest private hospital nearby. Their medical skills are passable, and they have a good reputation here." "A private hospital?" Gunyanji frowned. Because of Qin Yaoguang and Qin Baoi, Gunyanji had a bad impression of private hospitals. Of course, she couldn't overturn a boat in one fell swoop, but she was more vigilant about private hospitals. Hearing that these emergency doctors were from a private hospital, Gunyanji couldn't let them take Kevin away. She reached out to the bailiff and said, "Did you call the military hospital? If no one is calling, I'll do it. Give me the phone." The bailiff had just been on duty outside, and his phone had been brought in when the accident happened. People in the courtroom weren't allowed to bring their phones in. The bailiff's face paled. He stammered for a while, but still handed the phone to Gunyanji. Gunyanji took it and directly called the emergency number of the Imperial Capital's 3x1 hospital. At that moment, LoveLore separated the crowd and came to Gunyanji. He said coldly, "Lawyer Gu, now that my client's life is at stake, can you put aside your bureaucratic airs for a while? Otherwise, will you not take responsibility if something happens?" Gunyanji returned the phone to the bailiff and said nonchalantly, "Your client is still breathing normally, so nothing serious will happen. Just take it as a mental and physical exhaustion sleep." "You!" No matter how well-mannered LoveLore was, he was infuriated by Gunyanji's nonchalant attitude. He clutched his chest and took 2 deep breaths. All his muscles are paralyzed, and he even injured his brain. This condition can be serious or minor. It's best to get him to the hospital as soon as possible. Gu Nianji half squatted down and carefully checked Kevin's breathing. She looked at his pale face and said, "Doctor, take a look and see how much longer he can last." She raised her head, her clear eyes sweeping past the faces of the emergency doctors who were wearing masks. Finally, she pointed at the youngest doctor with the clearest eyes and said, "You, help me check how serious his condition is and whether he needs to be sent to the hospital immediately." The person was slightly taken aback and quickly glanced at the leading emergency doctor. This person was only a resident doctor who had just graduated and found a job. Although he also graduated from a prestigious university, his family urgently needed money, so he didn't go to a regular public hospital. Instead, he came to this reputable private hospital with good pay. The hospital really valued a student who graduated from a prestigious medical university like him, and would let him accompany them on major outings. Even if he was just an assistant, he was very satisfied. Seeing that Gu Nianji had asked him to examine Kevin, he was a little eager, but he restrained himself and asked the leading doctor. The leading doctor was extremely jealous. He snorted and said, "He just graduated this year and hasn't even gotten his medical license yet. If you want to let him examine him, then let him examine him. I won't be responsible if anything happens." Gu Nianji stood up and said calmly, "I'll be responsible if anything happens, okay?" She waved at the young doctor and said, "Come and examine him." The young doctor didn't delay and immediately came over to examine the fainted Kevin's body. After a while, he looked at Gu Nianji with confusion and said, "You're right. When all his muscles are paralyzed, he shouldn't be breathing normally because the breathing muscles will also be paralyzed. But he really is breathing normally, which means that his muscles are paralyzed, and it didn't spread to the muscles above his neck." Gu Nianji smiled slightly and glanced at Kevin. "Then does that mean he can hear everything we're saying now?" "Theoretically, yes. But we can't rule out special circumstances." The young doctor said carefully, "My experience is shallow, so I can't think of a reason for now." "Then do you think his life will be in danger in the short term?" "No. As long as his breathing is normal, his heartbeat." "Yes, his heartbeat is normal and even, which is also quite strange." The young doctor scratched his head. "So it's possible that only the motor muscles in his arms and legs are paralyzed, so he can't move, but the other organs in his body are still functioning normally. As long as he won't die immediately." Gu Nianji shrugged. "It looks like this case is very strange. Let's wait for the police to come." Not long after, the Imperial Capital Police in black uniforms also came in. "What happened here?" They were dispatched because someone had called the police. This was the Imperial Capital High Military Court, so it wasn't usually under their jurisdiction. They didn't usually come here for no reason. A bailiff in the courtroom who was maintaining order began to explain what had just happened. The judge announced a 10-minute recess to discuss closing issues. Everyone got up from their seats and walked around. The person over there rushed over and said he wanted to avenge his mentor and slapped the defendant. The defendant fainted on the ground not long after. His muscles were paralyzed and he couldn't move. I'm afraid his life is in danger. This is today's second update, Chapter 2113, I'll be responsible if anything happens. Today's second update. P.S. Thank you, President of Wu AI Hall, for the 20,000 Qidian coins. Thank you, President of Cold Iron Grace, for the 10,000 Qidian coins. Mwah, everyone, little angels, please remember the domain name of this book. The fastest website to update the mobile version, M. Chapter 2127. If his life is in danger, why aren't you sending him to the hospital immediately? Are you going to stay here and wait to die? The police chief who came in looked very young with sharp brows and bright eyes. He looked very capable and experienced. He raised his hand in surprise. Do you want us to do an autopsy? Gu Nianji was speechless. This police uncle really had the right to speak. Her eyes almost lit up, but she still said calmly, "No, his life is not in danger. The doctor just examined him. Although he can't move, his breathing and heartbeat are normal, so there's no need for an autopsy for now." The police officer was speechless. He looked up and his eyes also lit up. He rushed over to Gu Nianji and extended his hand. "Chief Gu. I didn't think I would be able to see you in person. I'm your fan. I watch the channel of the House of Lords every day. Unfortunately, you don't have many opportunities to come out." The police were less enthusiastic when they heard that his life was not in danger. As for a Japanese spy sent by the United States being knocked out in court by the victim student, they had to think carefully about how to deal with it. So it was more important to get close to their idol. Gu Nianji was speechless. The American lawyers were speechless. Several other police officers also squeezed over to shake Gu Nianji's hand. But no one was able to get their way. Gu Nianji's team wouldn't let them touch the future wife of the chief of their department. "Police comrades, let's see how he passed out." A male member of Gu Nianji's team quietly separated the police rushing over and pointed at Kevin. "Everyone said that person knocked him out with one slap, but I don't think he had that much strength." The police finally nodded at Gu Nianji regretfully and turned to look at the short, fat man being detained by the two bailiffs. One look at his pale, chubby face and they knew that this kind of person didn't have the strength to hit someone. Even if he slapped a dog, it would only make the dog bark twice, let alone knock a grown man out. Knock him out? No way. It's a bit strange. The police surrounded them. Checking the injuries to determine the severity of the injuries was the police's specialty. Although the leading officer looked very young, he had actually been working for several years. He put on gloves and began examining Kevin's injuries. Not long after, a few police officers came to a conclusion. The defendant's whole body is paralyzed. He was not beaten up. The short and fat man was so happy that he cried, "I told you it had nothing to do with me. I only gave him a slap." The policeman, "Where did this idiot come from?" He said sternly, "But if you cause trouble in court and disturb the order of the court, you will also be arrested. But you're the victim student, and it's your first offense to stand up for your tutor, so it's pardonable. You'll be punished according to the Public Security Management and Punishment Regulations. Follow our people back to the police station for punishment, and pay a fine of 150 yuan. With that said, the two bailiffs who were detaining the short and fat man also released their grip. The short, fat man was overjoyed. He bowed to the police and said, "I'll go to the police station to get punished and pay the fine." "Thank you, Mr. Policeman." "Thank you, police uncle." The corner of the policeman's mouth twitched as he continued to examine Kevin's injuries. Finally, he moved Kevin's head to reveal the other side of his face. He pointed at a spot on his face and said, "There's a needle hole here." Gu Nianji had excellent eyesight, but she couldn't see a needle hole at all. Lu Jin coughed quietly and fumbled around to hand Gu Nianji a small magnifying glass with high magnification. Gu Nianji took it and walked over to Kevin's mobile stretcher bed. She bent down to look at his face. With the help of the magnifying glass, the needle hole on Kevin's face, which was as small as a pore, was finally clearly visible. Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow and said, "Kevin was hit on the right side of his face, but the needle hole was on the left side." As she spoke, she looked up at the people in the courtroom and said, "There's one more person who's the real murderer." Everyone had clearly seen the short, fat man pounce on Kevin's face. He had only hit the right side of Kevin's face with one hand. Who had taken the opportunity to stab Kevin's left side with a needle? Other than the short, fat man, no one else had approached Kevin at the time. Gu Nianji's mind raced and she immediately said, "This was done with an instrument, not by hand." This meant that someone had an instrument that fired thin needles. The real reason why Kevin had fainted and couldn't move had been found, but the person who had done it hadn't been found. Not long after, the military doctors from the imperial capital's 3x1 hospital arrived. They quickly transported Kevin away and sent him to the military hospital for emergency treatment. Lu Onping followed them, while the rest of the people remained in the courtroom, waiting for the police to investigate the case. What was the situation like at the time? Can you demonstrate it again? The police asked. Everyone looked at each other. They couldn't remember what had happened at the time. Even the short, fat man scratched his head and said, I don't remember who was beside me. I just remember being very angry and agitated. Someone pushed me, and I rushed out to slap him in the face. Who pushed you? Gu Nianji asked calmly. Was it your classmates? She looked at each of their faces. Only Kai Zhaohe's eyes flickered as she quietly moved towards the door. Gu Nianji casually pointed at her and said, Comrade police, look at this person. She's in cahoots with the person who hit him. Everyone looked over, and Kai Zhaohe's face instantly flushed. She yelled, Lawyer Gu, don't slander me. I've never had a grudge against you, so why do you have to make things difficult for me? Gu Nianji ignored her and said to the police, it should be her. Send the female officers to search her. The police also looked around, and finally brought the short, fat man's classmates to the room next door to be searched. The female officers and male officers were in one room, and they searched the boys and girls separately. Everyone cooperated, except for Kai Zhaohe, who refused to let them search her. She said she needed a lawyer. She had the right to do so. The police wanted to take her directly back to the police station, but a thin, handsome man stood up and said politely, Comrade police, I'll go talk to her. He had just been searched by the male officer with the other male classmates, and there weren't any devices or weapons on him. The police officer nodded. If you can talk to her, then do it. If you can't, it'll just be more troublesome. Don't worry, I'll go talk to her. The man walked into the room the female officers were in. I'm Kai Zhaohe's classmate. I just searched her in that room. He raised his hands and spoke very politely. The female officers nodded, and after contacting the male officer next to them, they let the man in. The man walked into the room and saw Kai Zhaohe hiding in the corner between the closet and the curtains. She refused to come out. He sighed and walked over to hold her shoulder. Zhaohe, don't be afraid. You didn't do it, so no one can frame you. Qinghong. But I just offended Lawyer Gu and Professor Liu. Kai Zhaohe threw herself into his arms and wailed. They won't let me go. I want a lawyer. Even if you hire a lawyer, they'll still search you. We're all suspects now. The man turned out to be Kai Zhaohe's classmate and colleague, Sui Qinghong. He was also a researcher at the Institute of High Energy Physics. He squeezed Kai Zhaohe's hand. Fine, don't cry. Let them search me, and I'll treat you to crayfish afterward. Kai Zhaohe smiled through her tears. Senior, you're not lying to me, right? You're really treating me to crayfish? Sui Qinghong nodded. I never lie. He patted Kai Zhaohe's shoulder. I'll wait for you outside. Kai Zhaohe reluctantly let go of his hand. Then you must wait for me. Sui Qinghong walked to the door and said to the policewoman, she agreed. You guys can go search. The policewoman breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, classmate Sui. The policewoman went in to search Kai Zhaohe's body. Sui Qinghong walked out calmly. He waited outside for a while, greeted his classmates, and asked the police, are we okay now? Can we go? Let's go. The police waved his hand. Everyone inside will be searched. Don't be offended. It's okay. I know it's your duty. Sui Qinghong smiled and nodded. Then, he left the Imperial Capital High Military Court with his classmates and colleagues and waited for Kai Zhaohe outside. Kai Zhaohe was searched several times, but nothing suspicious was found. She didn't even have a sewing needle on her, let alone a device that could shoot thin needles. The policewoman returned to the courtroom regretfully and said to the lead police officer, "Chief, Kai Zhaohe has nothing on her." "Nothing? Did you search her thoroughly?" "We already stripped her naked. How else can we search her?" "We didn't leave any hair on her body," one of the policewomen said bluntly. Gu Nianji was speechless. How was that possible? Had she been wrong? Was Kai Zhaohe purposely acting suspicious to divert their attention? Gu Nianji frowned and called the court's bailiff over. She asked him to pull up the surveillance footage to see what was going on. The surveillance footage in the courtroom was also a mess. When the short, fat man slapped Kevin, Kai Zhaohe had indeed raised her hand behind him. Her hand had been raised so quickly that it was almost impossible to see at normal speed. But after slowing it down many times, they could indeed see that there seemed to be something in Kai Zhaohe's hand. But because the resolution of the surveillance footage was too low, they couldn't clearly see what it was, so they couldn't use it as evidence against Kai Zhaohe. How could this be? Gu Nianji crossed her arms as she stood in the surveillance room, mulling over the incident. "Tell me everything that happened when you searched Kai Zhaohe. Don't leave out a single detail." Gu Nianji turned to ask the policewoman. The policewoman recalled the situation and said, "She didn't allow us to search her at first. She was crying the entire time and wanted to get a lawyer. We couldn't use force, so we could only reason with her. Later on, her senior marshal brother came and said a few words to her. Only then did she feel better. She agreed to be examined." "Senior brother?" Gu Nianji's voice paused. "Who?" "He went in to talk to Kai Zhaohe." The policewoman nodded. Kai Zhaohe seemed to really like that senior brother. She threw herself into his arms and cried for a while before he persuaded her. Gu Nianji rubbed her forehead. "I understand. Then there was something wrong with that senior brother. They must have exchanged things." "Oh. You mean the thing was originally in Kai Zhaohe's hands, but after her senior brother went in, it was transferred to him?" "That must be it." Gu Nianji composed herself. "They took advantage of your misconceptions. At that time, her senior brother must have been searched first, but there was nothing. Then he found an excuse to see Kai Zhaohe and took the opportunity to transfer the thing to his own hands while comforting her. Because he had already been examined, you subconsciously thought that he was fine, so after he went out, you didn't search him a second time." Gu Nianji shook her head regretfully and asked, "What's her senior brother's name? Do you have a record?" "Qinghong, Zhui Qinghong, that should be the name." The policewoman looked down at her record. "We'll go arrest Zhui Qinghong right away." Gu Nianji said faintly, "You can go arrest him, but the thing must have been disposed of. He won't keep it in his hands and wait for you to come back to your senses to find trouble with him." This was the first update of the day, Chapter 2114, I Never Lie. There were 2 updates today. At 9:00 in the evening. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and golden keyboard booster tickets. P.S. Wax, Little Angels. Chapter 2128. The policewoman was very upset and frowned. "Even so, we still have to investigate. Otherwise, he'll really think we don't know anything." As she spoke, she went to report to her boss and left with a few male police officers. After a few searches in the courtroom, everything was fine. The police allowed those who wanted to leave voluntarily. However, the judge would be announcing the results of the trial soon. Everyone had waited for a long time, so other than the graduate students from the Institute of High Energy Physics who left, everyone else stayed. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and silently memorized those people. These people might not have problems themselves, but they would have problems sooner or later if they hung out with people like Sui Qinghong and Kai Zhaohe. Not long after, the judge and the court clerks entered. He sat down in the courtroom and banged the gavel. This court announces that Kevin Laris, an American citizen, has been found guilty of illegal gun possession, explosion, violent kidnapping, and premeditated murder in the Huaxia imperial capital. The first trial has sentenced him to life imprisonment with no possibility of parole. Kevin's team of American lawyers instantly exploded in anger. One by one, they rolled up their sleeves and shouted, "We want to appeal. You have no right to sentence an American citizen. We want to extradite him. This is bullshit*t." However, they shouted for a long time, but the judge ignored them. At that moment, a burst of applause erupted in the courtroom, completely drowning out their voices. Many people came to Gu Nianji to congratulate her on another victory in the trial. "Chief Gu is amazing. This trial has really opened our eyes. Chief Gu is truly the chief legal advisor of the Senate. She's invincible when she draws her sword. Does Chief Gu want to be a partner of our law firm? I've checked the relevant rules, and legal professionals in the Senate can be partners. Chief Gu should come to our company and be a director. Chief Gu isn't a senator, so she's not restricted by the terms." At that moment, there was an endless stream of people praising Gu Nianji, inviting her to do business, and rushing to give her money. However, they were all kept 3 feet away from Gu Nianji. The team around Gu Nianji had completely turned into a security team and carefully protected her in the middle. What had just happened to Kevin wasn't a distant memory. They completely understood the chief's intentions and didn't dare to slack off. Gu Nianji smiled at the crowd and nodded. "Thank you for your love, but I'm quite busy with work and can't work part-time. I think it's better for me to do my job. If you have a more difficult case, you can apply to the Legal Counsel Office of the Senate. I will give you legal advice on the appropriate case, or defend it in court. Thank you all." Gu Nianji cupped her hands at everyone and gave an elegant and dignified salute before leaving the Imperial Capital High Military Court with her team. The scene in the courtroom was quickly posted online by the reporters after the trial ended. Audio and video recordings were not allowed in the courtroom, so they could only describe what had happened in words, accompanied by drawings. Just this content alone was enough. Immediately, a new craze started on the internet. Needless to say, there were die-hard fans who worshipped Gu Nianji. Even more people were applauding the court's decision. If you committed a crime in Huaxia, you should serve your sentence in Huaxia. Why are you talking about nationality now? If you have the ability to commit a crime in China, then go ahead and serve your sentence in China. Now you realize that you're not a Chinese citizen. F***ck off. To hell with your extradition. There were even people who called for Kevin to be attacked in court. What a pity. Why is it only paralysis? You should have stopped breathing. Commenter +1. That's what I thought when I saw it. Warrior, why didn't you apply the poison needle? It's a waste of food to lock a person like Kevin in prison. Gu Nianji talked to the judge in the courtroom for a while before coming out. Lu Jin and Lu Yuan had already gone back. Her colleague brought her cell phone over. Gu Nianji lowered her head and scrolled through the public opinion on the internet as she walked towards the courthouse entrance. Suddenly, from the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of a pair of shiny leather boots not far in front of her. She slowly looked up and looked at the pair of long legs above the leather boots. The straight, dark green military pants were so straight that the seams could stand up. There was a military belt tied around his muscular waist. It was a very ordinary style, but when it was tied around his waist, it suddenly looked like a branded belt that was 100 times more expensive. Gu Nianji swallowed lightly and wanted to switch places with the belt. She looked up and smiled. Major General Hua, you're here to pick me up. Hu Xiaoheng took the phone from her hand and said unhappily, "How many times have I told you not to look at your phone when you walk? Do you want the Senate to come up with a law to ban your unsafe behavior?" Gu Nianji chuckled and didn't argue with Hu Xiaoheng. She held his arm and got into the car. The roadside outside the courthouse was filled with private cars. They were all people who had come to attend the trial. They came out of the courthouse in twos and threes, like a movie was about to end. The crowd was huge. Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng's car drove out of the driveway. In the private cars by the roadside, a woman wearing sunglasses looked indifferently in the direction that the car had disappeared in and slammed the steering wheel. After returning to Hu Xiaoheng's official residence at the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces, Gu Nianji stretched exaggeratedly and said, "I'm so tired. It wasn't easy for me to finish the fight. Wake up. Kevin's legal team is still going to appeal." Hu Xiaoheng helped her carry her computer bag upstairs. Lu Jin came out of his suite on the first floor and said with a smile, "My girl was so amazing today. She was so valiant and valiant. I think those American lawyers were stunned by you." Gu Nianji giggled and hugged Lu Jin's arm. She rubbed against his shoulder and said, "Dad, what do you think of Kevin's subsequent actions?" Lu Jin spread his hands. "Didn't you say that you wanted me to interfere? I'm doing it for your own good. I think the person behind Kevin is a bit interesting. It's best if you don't get involved," Gu Nianji said thoughtfully. She was worried that Lu Jin would expose his identity as someone from the other world. Lu Jin shrugged nonchalantly and said, "Isn't it just the book of changes and chaos mathematics? The person behind him knows how to do it. Don't you?" Gu Nianji's eyes flashed, and her mind suddenly became clear. That's right. If the other party could use the book of changes and chaos mathematics to catch a big fish, she could too. But why did the other party do this? Gu Nianji sat in the living room with Lu Jin in confusion. She looked at Hu Xiaoheng, who was coming down the stairs, and said, "What exactly is the other party's motive? I still think that if we don't know the other party's motive and real goal, we won't be able to grasp the direction even if we use the book of changes and chaos mathematics. We might even be led into a ditch by the other party." This was the second update of the day, Chapter 21:15, Dispelling the Clouds and Seeing the Sun. There were 2 updates today. P.S. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and golden keyboard power tickets. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Genius. 1 second to remember our website. Mobile version, M. Chapter 21:29. Hu Xiaoheng sat down on the sofa opposite Gu Nianji and Lu Jin. He crossed his legs and said, "Then what do you think the other party's motive is?" "That's what I don't understand." Gu Nianji let go of Lu Jin's arm and placed her hands on her lap. She leaned forward slightly and looked at Hu Xiaoheng intently. She frowned and said, "I thought their target was me." Hu Xiaoheng smiled and said softly, "Your narcissism has increased again." Lu Jin glared at him. "What's wrong with my girl? If those people's target isn't her, then they must be blind." Gu Nianji pursed her lips and tugged at Lu Jin's sleeve. "Dad, is it honorable to be someone else's target? I don't want to die. Of course, only those with value will be coveted. Do you think you can live a peaceful life as an ordinary person? If something happens, we'll be cannon fodder. Let me tell you, we won't even have a place to complain." Lu Jin pursed his lips and scoffed at Gu Nianji's opinion. "Gu Nianji, stay strong, live on, and keep smiling." JPG, Hu Xiaoheng was used to Lu Jin's way of speaking. His heart was much bigger than Gu Nianji's, so he was completely unaffected. He said, "Their target should be Ms. Song." Gu Nianji nodded. "I seem to be just an extra to them. Bring me along. It's okay if you can't catch me. But Miss Song is the target that they are determined to get. So our question is, who would be so determined to get Miss Song? Gu Nianji looked at Hua Xiaoheng thoughtfully. Could it be because of you? Hua Xiaoheng's mouth twitched. Because of me? Are you trying to force me to submit by capturing Miss Song? If that's the case, they might as well capture you. It'll be more effective. Gu Nianji, I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Keep living strong. JPG, Lu Jin, however, became happy when he heard this. He said proudly, I like Xiaoheng's words. Me too. If you want to force me to submit, there is only one way, and that is to capture my daughter. Gu Nianji. Another day of living strong. JPG, she realized that she was probably living in a world of memes. Gu Nianji rubbed the space between her eyebrows and said expressionlessly, all right, the two of you have gone overboard with your mushy scenes today. Can you speak normally? Hua Xiaoheng and Lu Jin looked at each other and silently looked away. Gu Nianji took out her phone and said as she searched, if their ultimate goal is Miss Song, then we have to first rule out the melodramatic plot of someone setting up an inescapable trap because of Miss Song's beauty. Why should we exclude him? Lu Jin raised his hand in confusion. Boss Lu is this kind of person. He can do it. Gu Nianji didn't even raise her head. President Lu would rather suffocate himself to death than hurt a single hair on Miss Song's head, so it can't be that. Next. Hua Xiaoheng also didn't think that Song Jining had become the enemy's target because of her beauty. Gu Nianji nodded and said, if it's not because of Miss Song's beauty, then it must be because of her intelligence. Lu Jin snorted and muttered that the other party had no taste. Gu Nianji knew what he meant and said calmly, Dad, you haven't been exposed yet. Once you are, the other party will definitely target you. She looked up at Lu Jin from the corner of her eyes. Do you want to put me in danger that badly? Because Lu Jin's weakness was Gu Nianji, if they wanted to catch Lu Jin, the other party would definitely target Gu Nianji first. Thinking of this, Lu Jin quickly shook his head. No, not at all. I'd better keep my tail between my legs. Okay. Gu Nianji patted Lu Jin on the shoulder. Dad, you still have to help me provide technical support. I like it when you're strategizing behind the scenes. She added, I want to eat durian ice cream. Dad, help me go to the fridge in the kitchen and see if there's any left. If there's none, help me go to the store in the courtyard and buy a box. Lu Jin immediately stood up. I'll go take a look. If the girl wanted to eat something, he had to get it no matter how difficult it was. After Lu Jin left, Hua Xiaoheng took Gu Nianji to Hua Xiaoheng's study on the second floor to talk. I'll show you something, Hua Xiaoheng said as he turned on the computer in the study. There were 3 widescreen displays on his desk. He turned on the display in the middle. After a flurry of snowflakes, a stately and magnificent building appeared on the screen. Gu Nianji was surprised for a moment. Is this the Imperial High Military Court that we just left? Hua Xiaoheng clicked play. See for yourself. It was teleported here at the right time. The camera gradually moved down from the roof of the courtroom, and Gu Nianji saw a few people appear in her line of sight. Zhui Qinghong. Gu Nianji's eyes widened. These are the people from the Institute of High Energy Physics who came to listen in today. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything, but he tugged at Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji didn't notice and sat in Hua Xiaoheng's arms. He hugged her from behind as they looked at the computer screen together. On the computer screen, a policewoman's voice was heard. The car in front, stop for a moment. Check. The person next to Zhui Qinghong was a round-faced woman. She said in confusion, isn't this the police who searched us in the courtroom? Why are they still checking us? Are they done? Zhui Qinghong didn't say anything, and the tall boy on the other side said unhappily, do you think we're thieves or suspects? If you search us again, I'm going to hire a lawyer. Sui Qinghong finally smiled and said, anyway, we've already searched you once, so it doesn't matter if we search you again. We haven't done it before, so we don't have to be afraid of a crooked shadow. He was the first to raise his hands and say to the policewoman walking over, we have female classmates. If you want to search us, shouldn't you search the car? Isn't it disrespectful to search women on the street? The policewoman glared at him and said, we know what we're doing. We don't need you to teach us. As she said that, she waved behind her. A few auxiliary police officers quickly ran forward, holding a temporary wall made of foam, and surrounded them and the car in the middle. In less than a minute, they had built a small room for the inspection. Gu Nianji was amazed by the video. What was even more amazing was that even though the room for the search had been built, the video didn't stop. Gu Nianji was amazed and turned to ask Hua Xiaoheng. How did your people film this? Is there someone from your side in the police force? Hua Xiaoheng smiled but didn't say anything. He kissed her cheek and pushed her face back up with his lips. He continued to look at the screen. What followed was a body search in the examination room. Of course, this time was the same as the previous time. They didn't find anything. Sui Qinghong was obviously the leader of the students. He said to the policewoman, next time, I'll definitely file a complaint against you. Then he asked, where's our other classmate? Kai Zhaohe, the girl you searched. She's suspected of assaulting the defendant today and has been brought back to the police station for investigation. But you don't have any evidence. Sui Qinghong said calmly, I'll get her a lawyer. Why are you so nice to her? You're not related. The policewoman looked at Sui Qinghong suspiciously, or do you want to go back to the police station with her to assist in the investigation? She's my fiancée. I'll inform her family. Sui Qinghong's face darkened. He didn't want to say more and left the room with his classmate. The policewoman stomped her feet and said angrily, don't be so full of yourself. We'll definitely find evidence. The video ended there. Gu Nianji closed her eyes in horror. Where did this idiot come from? She reminds me of Su Piaohong. Hua Xiaoheng said calmly, it's obvious that you saw it. Someone deliberately went easy on her. Gu Nianji was speechless. It's this policewoman. No, it's not her. She's just a very incompetent police officer. Hua Xiaoheng opened the drawer and took out a stack of files. This is the background check information of all the police officers who went to court today. Gu Nianji flipped through it. As expected, there was a mix of good and bad people. Some police officers were very good, but there were also a few who were very incompetent. For such an important case, they didn't need to do too much. All they had to do was send someone who wasn't competent to cause hatred and mess up the whole thing. It had to be said that the methods of the mastermind had almost reached the point where it was impossible to find any trace of them. Was it infiltrated? Gu Nianji was worried. What should we do? The other party is already very good. If someone leaks information, I can't imagine the consequences. That's why we need your help. Hua Xiaoheng hugged Gu Nianji tightly and kissed her curvy lips. Chief Gu, how's your chaos mathematics research going? It's based on the Book of Changes. Gu Nianji rolled her eyes and smiled. Hua Xiao needs my help. I'm very expensive. Can you afford it? If you can't, I'll compensate you with me and a grand wedding. How about that? Hua Xiaoheng smiled meaningfully. This is the first update of the day, Chapter 2116, Compensate You With Me. There were 2 updates today. 9:00 at night. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and golden keyboard support tickets. PS. Thank you, President of Wu AI Hall, for your 10,000 Qidian coins. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 2130. Gu Nianji froze and quickly blushed. She turned her head and stared at the computer screen, her heart beating like a little rabbit. What a disappointment. She secretly despised herself. Didn't she already have a marriage certificate? She was flustered just talking about the wedding, but an unexplainable sweetness spread from the depths of her tongue and permeated her limbs. She wanted to share it with him. She couldn't be alone. Gu Nianji turned around and hugged his neck. Kissing his lips, she pried open his teeth and sent the sweetness all the way to the base of his tongue. Hua Xiaoheng chuckled and asked vaguely with her lips in his mouth. Okay. Okay. Gu Nianji was mesmerized by his kiss and said yes no matter what he said. In the end, she practiced many humiliating agreements. As night fell, a spacious SUV stopped in front of the Imperial Capital Institute of High Energy Physics. The people in the car all got out and waved at Zhuo Qinghong, who was driving. Thank you, Brother Zhuo, for driving us back. You're welcome. I'll park the car. You guys go in first. Zhuo Qinghong waved at them, then started the car and drove to the underground parking lot. Zhuo Qinghong rolled down the window and quietly smoked a cigarette as he observed the surroundings. He had a simple infrared detector in his car, and any creature with heat radiation in the parking lot would respond to his detector. After watching for a while, he realized that there were only pests like mice, ants, flies, and mosquitoes. No one was following him. He looked away and reached out of the car with his left hand to brush off the cigarette ash before throwing it forward. The cigarette flew in a parabola and landed on the ground in front of a nearby trash can. He had almost thrown it in. Zhuo Qinghong shook his head with a smile and opened a game app on his phone to play for a while. This game was a multidimensional travel game. Sometimes it was ancient times, sometimes it was modern times, sometimes it was interstellar, and sometimes it was the end of the world. Players could set up the plot according to the setting they wanted to play. They could also communicate with each other and bring missions from one dimension to another. It was very interesting and had many players. They could also go home and put on a VR helmet to connect to the computer to be immersed in the game and complete the missions. There were often tens of millions of people online. It was much better than those games that required people to spend money to change their lives. Zhuo Qinghong was playing a game called Rage. Of this was the first stage of a large-scale game. He needed to break through layers of obstacles and go to the court to rescue a convicted felon. The security around this person wasn't very tight, but the player's requirement was that no one could find any evidence. Once he found the evidence, his mission would fail, and he would have to start over. It had been 2 months since Zhuo Qinghong finished this game, but he had not been able to clear it. Today, it opened again, and he finally managed to escape, clearing the first stage. After completing the quest, an NPC would appear to reward him. The NPC that appeared in the game was an elegant lady. Her voice was gentle and kind as she smiled at Zhuo Qinghong's character. Congratulations on completing the first stage, Court of Wrath. You've paralyzed the target and sent him to the hospital. Now choose your reward. As he spoke, 3 treasure chests appeared in the game. He could pick a chest at random. Zhuo Qinghong took a look and chose the one in the middle. When he opened it, a sentence popped up, reward player with 1 million cash. Zhuo Qinghong clicked on the treasure chest again. Not long after, he heard a message on his phone, saying that the bank transfer was successful. Zhuo Qinghong smiled. He didn't care about the money at all. His finger tapped on the dialog box. Thank you, I still want to see the madam who issued the quest. The madam was the big boss in this game. This was also a scene in the game. After completing the quest, he could talk to the madam for a while. Most of the scenes were already set, but for a few people, this game had different rules. The NPC replied after a while, "The madam is in the tea room, she can't talk to you for now." But the madam wants to ask you, you've been playing for 2 months, how did you suddenly clear the first stage today? Cui Qinghong smiled and replied, the madam's strategy is unparalleled. I'm just carrying out the madam's arrangements. The NPC said, you used a floating bottle. In this game, if you couldn't clear the stage, you had 3 chances to request a floating bottle from the system. The floating bottle contained clues to clear the stage, just like a game guide. After 3 times, if you wanted the guide or clues again, you would have to spend money to buy it. Cui Qinghong said, yes, the first floating bottle, successfully completed the mission. The NPC was quiet for a while, then said, okay, we look forward to your second stage, Hospital Horror. Thank you for supporting our game. Cui Qinghong exited the game interface, got out of the car, and returned to the dormitory at the Institute of High Energy Physics. At the corner of the 2nd floor of a modern-style villa in the north of the West Mountain, a middle-aged woman in butler attire was bowing in front of a paper door. Madam, Mr. Kevin has been sent to the hospital. Behind the door was a tea room. It was about 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. It was a very narrow strip. The paper door was low, and one had to bow when entering. A woman in ancient Chinese clothing sat opposite the door. On the wall behind her hung a huge high-definition photo. The photo was of a quaint peony with 3 flowers. It was actually the long-lost Yao Huang, Wei Zi, and Oh Bai. There was a luxurious woolen blanket on the floor, and in the corner of the rosewood tea table in front of her was a red glazed jade vase. A white lily of the valley was inserted diagonally inside. In the middle of the tea table was a row of grass sticks. If one counted them, there were a total of 50 sticks. She picked one and put it aside, frowned at the 49 sticks, and murmured, the number of yen is 50, and there are 49 of them. It is divided into 2, representing 2, hanging 1, representing 3, and hanging 4, representing 4 seasons. It is strange to use one as a leap, and then another leap, so it is hanging again. The number of heaven and earth is 55 in China. Can it really include all things? She thought, fiddling with the grass sticks in front of her to derive all kinds of divinations. She recorded them as parameters on the tablet in her hand and included them in the chaotic mathematical equations she had designed. Hearing that Kevin had been sent to the hospital, she smiled slightly. Not bad. So far, I've only been wrong once. But this time, it was the time Song Jining was rescued. She thought for a while again, and her face was extremely calm. She did not smile or get angry. Her eyes were clear and gentle, and her hair was as black as ink. She sat there like a jade Buddha statue. She was not as beautiful and moving as Song Jining, but if she stood next to Song Jining, she would definitely be on par with Song Jining. This is today's second update, Chapter 21:17, Even Apart. There are 2 updates today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and golden keyboard support tickets. PS, moi, everyone, little angels, please remember the original domain name of this book. The fastest website for mobile version updates, M. Chapter 21:31. The woman sat quietly by herself for a while and put the straw into a black brocade bag. She said slowly to the person at the door. Success. Kevin is in the hospital. Yes, madam. The middle-aged woman at the door bowed and replied. Yes, prepare to be released on medical parole. The woman stood up with the brocade bag in her hand and walked out of the low paper door with a bent back. She wasn't tall, but she wasn't short either. She was of medium height, and her exquisite ancient huaxia clothes were dazzling under the light. It contrasted sharply with her jade-like temperament and appearance. She slowly walked to a mirror that was as tall as a person and looked at herself. She smiled and said, "This dress is beautiful, but it's too cumbersome to wear." She usually only burned incense and bathed when she needed to use the Book of Changes to change into this outfit. She sat quietly in the tea room and stirred the straw sticks. She handed the brocade bag in her hand to her servant and walked back to her room. She changed into a new set of clothes and said, "I'll go to the company tomorrow to take a look at the revenue report. Get someone to take care of Kevin's follow-up and send him back to the United States as soon as possible." "Yes, madam." The middle-aged servant bowed again. She obeyed this madam's words and trusted her from the bottom of her heart. Cui Qinghong returned to the dormitory of the Institute of High Energy Physics and closed the door. He leaned against the door and relaxed. It had been too dangerous today. He had almost been caught. His back was sweating profusely, and even his shirt was soaked. His legs were also so weak that he could barely stand. He could only rely on the support of the door on his back to barely stand. Thinking back to the situation in court today, he had a vague feeling that the other party was already suspecting him. Otherwise, the policewoman wouldn't have chased him out to search him a second time. The corners of his lips curled up, and he smiled slightly. It wasn't that easy to investigate him. He returned to his desk, turned on his computer, pulled out a paper, and read it eagerly. If Lu Jin were here, he would have found that this was a paper very similar to the theory of multiple worlds that he had written in the other world. It was also signed Gu Xiangwen. According to this theory, multiple worlds should exist at the quantum level, but that was only at the microscopic level. What about the macroscopic level? Did there really exist parallel universes that were exactly the same outside of our world? It was as if the long river of history had encountered an obstacle, splitting into two and flowing in two different directions. Over time, the two rivers that diverge from the same river will eventually become completely different. But for a very long time, they would still maintain a very large degree of resemblance. Just thinking about it, maybe there was a person who looked exactly like him, sitting in the same place, reading the same academic paper, gave him goosebumps. Cui Qinghong even felt a strange excitement, and it was even more irresistible than the matter between a man and a woman. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure out how this theory went from the microscopic level to the macroscopic level. He remembered what Bai Jini, the director of the Institute of High Energy Physics, had said. The multi-world theory can be verified, as long as we find enough energy. He vaguely knew from Bai Jini that the former director of the Institute of High Energy Physics, Song Haitao, was working with the military to find new energy sources. He didn't know if the explosion 18 years ago had anything to do with the new energy source they were looking for. Cui Qinghong pursed his lips and read the academic paper again, then closed the document. He put on the VR helmet and entered the large-scale virtual reality game to test the hospital horror scenario. After putting on the VR helmet, virtual reality became reality in his eyes. He found himself standing in the corridor of the 3x1 hospital. There were several armed soldiers standing in front of a ward, vigilantly watching the doctors, nurses, patients, and patients' families coming and going. He only glanced in that direction when a soldier suddenly raised his gun and fired a shot at him. Cui Qinghong felt a sharp pain in his chest, and his vision suddenly went black as if he had fallen into an endless abyss. Then he found that the VR helmet had automatically shut down. This was death in the game. Every time the game character died, the VR helmet would automatically shut down and then restart to enter the game again. He tirelessly experimented with ways to break through the soldiers' defense line. If he couldn't fight them with force, he could only win with intelligence. At 6:00 the next day, before dawn, Hua Xiaoheng had already gotten up from bed. He turned around to look at Gu Nianji, who had been rubbed by him all night like a lump of soft mud. His heart was strangely satisfied. He lowered his head and kissed her forehead. His warm breath wrapped around Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji murmured a few times in her sleep and snuggled up to the source of heat. "Little darling, let go. I have to go train." Hu Xiaoheng used his hands to break free and found that Gu Nianji's arms were still quite strong. They were wrapped around his waist. Gu Nianji pouted and hugged him even tighter. Hu Xiaoheng looked down at her and gently held her arms with both hands. If someone else had hugged him like this and refused to let him go, Hu Xiaoheng would have broken her arms into pieces long ago. But Gu Nianji, he didn't even dare to use his strength. If he made a handprint, not only would Lu Jin not let him off, but he would also feel heartache for a few days. Gu Nianji was a little awake, but she still didn't want to move. She hugged Hu Xiaoheng tightly and didn't let him get up to train. She hugged him for a while and felt that Hu Xiaoheng hadn't moved. She felt a little strange and couldn't help but sneakily open one eye and take a quick glance. Hu Xiaoheng was staring at her fixedly, and this time he caught her red-handed. Gu Nianji, brother, it's very scary to stare at a person for so long. She had no choice but to open both eyes a slit and smile gently. Major General Hua, it's the weekend today. Are you going to train too? Hu Xiaoheng tapped her straight little nose. I don't have to go, but will you compensate me for my training? Gu Nianji had just woken up, so her mind was still a little muddled. She didn't realize what Hu Xiaoheng meant and grunted in a daze. Okay. Hu Xiaoheng nodded readily and crawled under the blanket. He trained with her and completed all kinds of difficult movements. Stretching, rolling, carrying weight, jolting, doing a split, and finally folding in half. When Gu Nianji woke up again, it was almost noon. Hu Xiaoheng took a shower in the bathroom refreshed. She struggled on the bed, wanting to cry but unable to even sit up. Hu Xiaoheng's training wasn't that easy to compensate for. Mama, I won't drag anyone else into bed with me anymore. Gu Nianji fell asleep again. When she woke up again, it was already evening. Lu Jin knocked on her bedroom door and asked worriedly, Nianji. Nianji. Are you okay? Why haven't you gotten up to eat all day? Are you hungry? Do you want me to cook you a bowl of noodles? Gu Nianji got up and hurriedly put on her clothes. She shouted at the door, I'm up. Dad, I'll have dinner with you. Lu Jin was relieved and said, then hurry up. I've gotten you another batch of information about the Book of Changes and Chaos Mathematics. I've sent it to your email. Gu Nianji, She was going to stay up late at night and not go to bed all night. Someone who had been training like hell during the day wouldn't be able to touch a single strand of her hair. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 21:18, Compensate Me for My Training. There were 2 updates today. At 9:00 in the evening. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and golden keyboard support tickets moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 21:32. Gu Nianji finished dinner and said confidently to Lu Jin, Dad, I'll finish reading all this information even if I don't sleep tonight. Lu Jin nodded in relief. My girl is smart and hardworking. How are those stupid, and lazy people supposed to live? Gu Nianji, she didn't feel like she was being praised. But she was used to it. Gu Nianji continued to smile and said, Can I borrow your temporary laboratory tonight to read the information? Lu Jin's temporary laboratory was next to his suite on the first floor. It used to be a small guest room, but after Lu Jin moved in, Hu Xiaoheng had helped him convert it into a small laboratory. The computer equipment inside was very advanced and powerful. Lu Jin nodded vigorously. No problem, no problem. You can use it. He asked again, Do you want me to accompany you? Gu Nianji quickly shook her head and said, I can concentrate better when I'm alone. If you're by my side, I can't help but talk to you. Lu Jin wanted to grin, but when he saw the orderly next to him, he felt that he should be more reserved. He had no choice but to pretend to be calm and said, Okay, I'm in the next room anyway. If there's a problem, just text me and I'll come over. Gu Nianji agreed. After dinner, she slipped into Lu Jin's laboratory and began to study the information on the combination of the Book of Changes and Chaos Mathematics. Hua Xiaoheng didn't come back until it was dark. He ate dinner alone in the dining room. At the same time, he knew that his fiancée was going to stay up late to study tonight and wouldn't go back to her room to sleep. He nodded calmly and instructed the kitchen to prepare supper for Gu Nianji so that she wouldn't be hungry. Then, he went back to the office to work overtime. Gu Nianji was engrossed in reading the information, and her hands itched to design formulas and calculations. When she was hungry in the middle of the night, she suddenly smelled an irresistible aroma of food. Gu Nianji followed the smell and turned around to see Hua Xiaoheng walking and wearing a tight black t-shirt. He was wearing a pair of black camouflage military pants that hung loosely around his crotch, revealing the legendary male dog waist and long legs below his waist. Then, a bowl of steaming and fragrant chicken soup noodles was placed in front of her. Hungry? I'll cook something for you. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and sat down. Gu Nianji, he swallowed his saliva. He was only a little hungry at first, but when he saw the noodles, he felt even hungrier. The chicken soup was a little yellow, the noodles were thin and white, and a little green onion floated on the surface. It looked, smelled, and tasted great, which made one's appetite increase greatly. The simpler the food, the harder it was to cook it well. Gu Nianji picked up her chopsticks and took a bite. It was so delicious that her taste buds were about to rebel. Gu Nianji couldn't care less about being pretentious anymore. Her body was very honest as she finished the bowl of chicken soup and fine noodles. She drank the soup until there wasn't even a drop of juice left. Hua Xiaoheng put away the bowl and chopsticks. Do you still want to eat? Gu Nianji was a bit embarrassed. She wiped her mouth with a tissue and said quietly, No, thank you. You don't have to be so polite with me. Hua Xiaoheng said calmly, Go on with your work. Call me when you're hungry. Gu Nianji grunted, then asked curiously. Aren't you going to sleep? If you don't sleep, how can I sleep? Hua Xiaoheng patted her head. I just came back from the office. I'll be working overtime in the study on the second floor. I'll stay up late with you. Gu Nianji was instantly filled with guilt. When it came to psychological warfare, even Gu Nianji was trash in front of Hua Xiaoheng. She quickly put away her documents and turned off the computer. She got up and said lightly, Don't stay up late. You didn't sleep much last night. I even slept during the day. You went out to work all day. Can your body take it if you stay up late at night? Hua Xiaoheng extended his arm in an angle without batting an eyelid. Gu Nianji wasn't paying attention and took his arm. She was taken to the suite on the second floor by Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng put the bowl of noodles in the refrigerator on the second floor and returned to the bedroom. After washing up, he found that Gu Nianji had already fallen asleep on the bed. When she was asleep, her expression was very relaxed. Her plump lips were slightly curled up, arching into the best angle for kissing. This was natural. No one could imitate it, and she couldn't control it. Hua Xiaoheng reached out his finger and rubbed her lips for a while. He couldn't help smiling. She still had to cultivate more if she wanted to play tricks on him. However, he also didn't want Gu Nianji to be too mature and worldly, because that was a quality that could only be acquired after experiencing setbacks. He couldn't bear to. It was great that Gu Nianji could forget what had happened before she was 12 years old. Perhaps it was because Gu Nianji had been too immersed in the atmosphere of the Book of Changes and Chaos Mathematics for the past few days, or perhaps it was because she thought about it during the day and dreamed about it at night. In short, Gu Nianji didn't sleep well that night. One dream after another, as if she couldn't wake up. In the beginning, she thought she was still sitting in Lu Jin's temporary laboratory, fiddling with chaos mathematics models. She used to be more familiar with this piece, so it was easy to pick it up now. However, it was extremely difficult to substitute the 64 hexagrams and 384 lines of the Book of Changes into the chaos mathematics model. The binary icons in front of her kept spinning in front of her, forming one hexagrams after another. Qian, Kuan. Kan, Li. Shen, Jen. Gue Mei. There were a total of 64 hexagrams, and it was dazzling. She blinked, and the scene in front of her changed again. There was no computer or screen in front of her, only an empty hall. It looked a little like the living room of He Jichu's house that she had seen in the other world. It seemed that in another second, she would be able to see He Jichu leisurely walking down from the second floor. His almond-shaped eyes were sparkling on his cold face, but his thin lips were tightly pursed. Gu Nianji waited for a while, but He Jichu didn't come. Instead, she saw another tall and handsome man walk down. This person's appearance looked very familiar. Gu Nianji stared blankly as he walked past her, as if she was there, or as if he didn't realize she was here at all. It was only then that Gu Nianji realized that she was dreaming. Since she realized that she was dreaming, her mood suddenly relaxed, and she began to watch everything with interest. If she wasn't mistaken, the man just now was Gu Xiangwen. However, Gu Xiangwen looked too young. For the time being, she couldn't tell if this person was Gu Xiangwen from this world or Lu Jin's appearance before he was disfigured in the other world. She followed the man curiously and found that he had pushed open a door. Inside, it didn't look like the He family's house, but a classroom. The young Gu Xiangwen stood under the podium and spoke to an old white man on the podium. Professor Vanderbilt, do you know the Book of Changes? Gu Xiangwen spoke in English. Gu Nianji was shocked to suddenly hear the English name of the Book of Changes, from his mouth. The old white man smiled and nodded. Of course I know. It's a very great book. Not only do philosophers like it, but mathematicians also value it. This was the second watch of the day, chapter 21:19, He Can't Bear to Let Go. There were 2 more watches today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and golden keyboard support tickets moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 21:33. I'm not interested in philosophy, but I'm interested in mathematics. Can you tell me how it's related to mathematics? When she was young, Gu Xiangwen's eyes lit up. It was the kind of expression she had when she was talking about something she was most interested in. Kevin, I wrote a popular science book about this. If you have time, you can take a look. At this point in the dream, Gu Nianji suddenly woke up. She remembered. Lu Jin had found her a pile of information about the Book of Changes and Chaos Mathematics. One of the books was a popular science book written by Professor Vanderbilt. She rubbed the space between her eyebrows and thought to herself that the Gu Xiangwen in her dream wasn't her father, Lu Jin. Because the books were from this world, not the other world. When Lu Jin gave her the information, he had said that the books in this world were not bad, but she had never seen them in the other world. It seemed that she really dreamed about what she thought about in the day. Gu Nianji sighed and leaned her head against Hua Xiaoheng's shoulder. Hua Xiaoheng didn't open his eyes, but he had already subconsciously pulled Gu Nianji over. Then he woke up with a start. He patted her back and mumbled, "What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare?" Gu Nianji whispered, "No." She looked up at Hua Xiaoheng. "Did I wake you up?" Hua Xiaoheng looked down at her. "I'm fine. But I'm a light sleeper." Gu Nianji snuggled closer to his side and curled herself into a spoon. Only when they were intimately connected did she fall asleep again. For the next few days, Gu Nianji stayed at home to study the Book of Changes and Chaos Mathematics other than going to work at the Senate's Legal Counsel office. She had already memorized the 64 hexagrams of the Book of Changes, but she didn't have any clues. During dinner that day, Gu Nianji and Lu Jin talked about their experiences. She said, "Dad, how do you think the Book of Changes is connected to chaos mathematics?" Lu Jin understood that Gu Nianji had reached a bottleneck. After thinking for a while, Lu Jin said, "Let's go to my lab. Let's do a divination." Gu Nianji smiled. "Okay, let's go." The two of them arrived at Lu Jin's laboratory. Gu Nianji took out the small mahogany sticks that she had been playing with and said, "There are a total of 50 of them. They're made according to the appearance of grass." Lu Jin nodded. "Actually, there's no need to use the grass stick. In ancient times, people did use the balsam grass for divination, but I think that's because they couldn't find a better material." Gu Nianji, believe me. In ancient times, productivity was low, and the stalks of grass were straighter but softer than tree branches, so they grew everywhere. Therefore, for the people of that time, the easiest way to grow grass was to find materials from the place. Gu Nianji laughed. "Dad, if you say that, you'll be slapping the faces of those who think that using grass is the orthodox way. TSK, so be it. When have I not slapped others in the face a few times a day?" Lu Jin waved his hand nonchalantly, as if he was shooing away flies and mosquitoes that didn't exist. His other hand was not idle either. He picked up a small mahogany stick and put it aside. Then, he began to pick up the sticks. Gu Nianji watched intently from the side. It wasn't until Lu Jin repeated it 6 times and obtained the 6 lines that he had a complete hexagram, the Lu hexagram. Lu Jin muttered, going down to the sky, treading on the tiger's tail. "This means that we're in the right direction." Treading on the tiger's tail means that if you walk behind the tiger, your journey will be smooth. Gu Nianji giggled. "Isn't that like using the tiger's power to intimidate others?" Lu Jin also laughed and winked at her. It can also be explained as, when the tiger is not at home, the monkey is the king. The two of them laughed for a while, then Gu Nianji said, "But what does this have to do with chaos mathematics?" Lu Jin thought for a moment and said, "Didn't you construct a formula? Why don't you use this hexagram as a parameter?" "Use the hexagram as a parameter?" Gu Nianji pondered it. "This is the 10th hexagram, and there are a total of 64 hexagram in the Book of Changes. Does it really matter?" She stood up. "I'm going back to my room to check the calculations. Dad, I'll tell you the results tomorrow." Lu Jin nodded. "Check the calculations well. This kind of problem has to be solved in one go. Otherwise, you might forget about today's inspiration by tomorrow." Not only did literature and art need inspiration, but science and technology also needed inspiration. Gu Nianji returned to her room and spent the whole night thinking about the hexagram. Hua Xiaoheng didn't come back that night, but no one urged her to go to bed. In the middle of the night, Gu Nianji suddenly had an idea. She thought that since this hexagram meant that they were on the right path, she might as well calculate the probability of the other party's actions and see how they set up the trap. This was called knowing oneself and knowing the enemy. Moreover, the Book of Changes divination just now gave her confidence. So she listed out all the things that had happened recently. In the beginning, it should have been the middle of last year when the Hong Corporation's new energy car was preparing to go public. Gua Huaining colluded with others and almost led the Hong Corporation into a dead end. Then on Christmas Eve last year, the other party suddenly used all means to take Song Jining away and also tried to get rid of Gu Nianji. After that, they spent 2 months to get Kevin out of there and got him the position of cultural counselor as a diplomat. Finally, at the end of the trial, the other party used Sui Qinghong and Kai Zhaohe to knock Kevin out in an attempt to get him released on bail for medical treatment. Gu Nianji looked at the 4 main events that she had listed and began to use chaos mathematics to calculate the probability of each event happening. Also, how many conditions were needed to achieve the goal. After the formula was listed, Gu Nianji realized that her small computer couldn't handle such a large amount of calculations. She had wanted to ask Hu Xiaoheng to borrow the supercomputer in the central control room of the Special Operations Forces. However, she was worried that someone would see the secret and leak it. After thinking about it, she went to Lu Jin and stammered, "Dad, how's the computing power of the computer here?" When Lu Jin heard this, he knew that Gu Nianji had already found the calculation method. He smiled and said, "I have a quantum computer here. Don't worry about the computing power. Gu Nianji, you've already put the quantum computer into practice." Gu Nianji was pleasantly surprised. Ms. Song and the others are still in the preliminary stage of theoretical testing. Lu Jin stretched out his index finger and made a shoo gesture at her. He said softly, "This is a secret between us father and daughter. You can't tell anyone else, not even Hu Xiaoheng." Gu Nianji quickly nodded. I know. This kind of thing was too advanced, and Gu Nianji knew how powerful it was. Sitting in front of Lu Jin's computer, Lu Jin gave Gu Nianji a biological password and entered it into the computer. He then started a few programs, and the quantum computer, which was disguised as a normal computer, started its program. Gu Nianji was amazed. "You've done a good job mixing fish eyes," Lu Jin chuckled. "Hurry up and do the calculations. Don't worry about my fish eyes." Therefore, even with the world's most powerful computer, it would take half a year to calculate. It only took Lu Jin 2 minutes. Gu Nianji looked at the probabilities and combinations of events that appeared on the screen and fell into deep thought. After a long time, she tapped her fingers on the keyboard and said thoughtfully, "Dad, I think the other party made preparations even earlier. They didn't start in the middle of last year, but at the end of the year before last. This was determined by the performance of the other party's computer." Lu Jin nodded. "Definitely. It's already good enough that their computer can calculate everything in half a year." The two of them praised Lu Jin's quantum computer for a while before turning off the program and resuming the functions of a normal computer. At that moment, Hu Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangze were sitting in the central control room with their team, looking at the huge amount of search data on the internet. Zhao Liangze frowned and said, "Zhu Qinghong's phone and home computer have been accessing an IP address for the past few days. But I can't find out where it is. It seems to be a dynamic IP address." Hu Xiaoheng said calmly, "His phone and computer have a relatively powerful anti-tracking program. I just cracked it." "Then did you find out where it is?" Zhao Liangze asked excitedly. "This IP address should be abroad." Hu Xiaoheng nodded and pressed down on the keyboard. "I found it." After staring at it for a while, Hu Xiaoheng said thoughtfully, "It's actually the server address of an online game located abroad." This was the first update of the day, Chapter 2120, How Many Times You Don't Slap People in the Face. There were 2 updates today. At 9:00 in the evening the next day. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and Chidian's golden keyboard support tickets. PS. Thank you to Zebu602, Wu AI Tang, and my AI Blue for the 10,000 starter coins each. Mwah, everyone, Little Angel's Genius 1 second remember site address. Mobile version, M. Chapter 2134. Online game. They're actually using the game as a method of communication. Not only Zhao Liangze, but the other members in the central control room also exclaimed in surprise. The corners of Hu Xiaoheng's lips twitched. "Why are you so surprised? In the age of the internet, do we still need to sit back to back on a street bench and feed pigeons while exchanging information?" The members of the Special Operations Forces were flushed with anger. Hu Xiaoheng looked at them calmly and waved his hand. "It's been hard on all of you these past 2 days. You haven't been home yet. Go back early today and rest. We'll have a day off tomorrow. Only then did the atmosphere in the central control room calm down. After everyone else left, Zhao Liangzi sat down next to Hua Xiaoheng and whispered, "Hua Xiao, should we report this to the National Security Agency?" Sui Qinghong was a Chinese citizen. "According to the rules, it's none of our business." Half and half. Don't inform the domestic security agencies for the time being. I will inform General Ji, Speaker Long, and Prime Minister Bai of this situation. Zhao Liangzi had absolute trust in Hua Xiaoheng. Seeing that Hua Xiaoheng was prepared, he quickly nodded. "Of course we have to report these three, but the Senate," Hua Xiaoheng smiled. "With Nianji around, do you still have to worry about those glib-tongued senators?" Zhao Liangzi also smiled and rubbed his head. "Oh yeah, I forgot about her. What do you need us to do?" He knew very well that Hua Xiaoheng wasn't willing to directly report the situation to the other agencies in the country because he knew that someone inside had leaked the information. They already had a few people in their hands, but they were still worried that there were others who hadn't been exposed. Hua Xiaoheng turned on the computer and said calmly, "Prepare the berry meal." Zhao Liangzi's heart sank. Do we need to use berry meal? The berry meal experiment on the special battlefront was to release targeted false information to the target of suspicion. Then, after the target sent out the false information, the enemy's response would reveal the mole on their side. After assigning the tasks, Zhao Liangzi left the central control room. Hua Xiaoheng sat alone in the central control room for a while. He repeatedly thought about the true motive of the mastermind behind the scenes, but he still couldn't figure it out. However, he was not in a hurry. The barium meal would be ready soon, and he would know who was fishing in troubled waters. In order to track Sui Qinghong's IP address, Hua Xiaoheng did not return to his official residence for a day and a night. Tonight, the mission was finally over, and he could go back. When she returned to the official residence and entered the living room, she bumped into Gu Nianji and Lu Jin, who had just come out of Lu Jin's laboratory. Gu Nianji held the calculations she had printed out from Lu Jin and walked up to him with a smile. "Major General Hua, you're finally back." Hua Xiaoheng smiled and suddenly asked, "Do you want to play games?" Gu Nianji, she cautiously took a few steps back and hugged herself with heartache. She said weakly, "Hua Xiao, I didn't sleep last night. I was doing questions." Hua Xiaoheng froze for a moment, then quickly understood. He couldn't help but laugh. Stroking her hair, he said meaningfully, "What's going on in that little head of yours all day?" "It's not a normal game, it's an online game. Do you want to play?" Gu Nianji's eyes lit up, "Really? Hua Xiao, do you want to play online games with me?" This was too rare. Online gaming was an integral part of Gu Nianji's life as she grew up. However, Hua Xiaoheng had always felt that online games were too childish and a waste of time, so he had never played with her. Of course, he didn't forbid Gu Nianji from playing by herself. Little girls had to have their own hobbies. Gu Nianji had practically grown up with the internet, so it was only right for her to play online games. Moreover, she wasn't addicted to online games, so Hua Xiaoheng let her be. Therefore, she was overjoyed when he offered to play online games with Gu Nianji today. Gu Nianji tossed aside the documents in her hands and happily followed Hua Xiaoheng back to his suite. The orderly brought him dinner. Gu Nianji sat on the sofa beside him and looked at him with a smile. She asked, "Major General Hua, why did you suddenly think of playing online games with me?" Hua Xiaoheng said casually, "You're so skilled, and I'm still a newbie. When we enter the game later, I'll have to take care of you." Gu Nianji chuckled and said slyly, "Major General Hua is too modest. With your computer skills, even if you're a newbie, it'll only be a matter of time before you become a king." Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her and changed the topic. "How's it going on your side? I heard that you want to connect the Book of Changes with chaos mathematics. It won't be easy, right?" Gu Nianji thought about today's progress and sighed. She rested her chin on her hand and said weakly, "Yes, I didn't sleep all night before I figured out the other party's probability." As she spoke, she placed the data she had calculated in Lu Jin's laboratory in front of Hu Xiaoheng and said, "Look, I only calculated where the other party needs to start if they want to set up this trap. But I still don't have a clue what they're going to do next. The divination I came up with is the journey hexagram. To be precise, it's to follow the other party's steps, but I'm not satisfied. If we can only follow behind the other party, then we'll always be one step behind, and it'll be impossible for us to catch the other party." Hu Xiaoheng was mentally prepared for the difficulty of this matter. He comforted Gu Nianji and said, "You're already very good. The other party has been preparing for more than a year. It only took you a day to figure out their train of thought." However, he also pondered over the past year and said, "Can you find out exactly when they started?" Gu Nianji was puzzled. "Why do we have to find out when they started? That's all preparatory work, and it has little to do with their actions." Hu Xiaoheng tapped his finger on the word "more than a year" and said lightly, "More than a year, how long exactly is it? You were taken away by the people over there more than a year ago." Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat, and even the corners of her eyes twitched. "Hu Xiao means that they have something to do with me being taken away." "Not necessarily." Hu Xiaoheng continued to analyze, "And not long after you were taken away, I followed them, which was also more than a year ago. And judging from the time, it should be closer to the time I left." Gu Nianji immediately reacted. "That means that someone might have been watching you and knowing that you weren't in the country, that's why they started carrying out their plan." Hu Xiaoheng put down his bowl and chopsticks and took a sip of water. As he thought about it, he said, "That's possible. That means that their target is still Ms. Song. Taking advantage of Hu Xiaoheng's absence from the country, they could carry out their plan." "That's interesting." Gu Nianji smiled. "Why are they so interested in Ms. Song?" "Ms. Song's research only began after she was cured 2 years ago. Could it be that they are interested in the magnetic resonance instrument?" A thought flashed through Gu Nianji's mind. Hu Xiaoheng leaned back on the sofa and crossed his arms. He frowned slightly and said, "That's unlikely. If their target was the magnetic resonance instrument, they wouldn't kidnap Ms. Song. Because based on their level, they wouldn't be unaware that the magnetic resonance instrument isn't something that can be made by kidnapping a scientist." Gu Nianji understood. That's true. Kidnapping Ms. Song would alert the enemy, and they would be further away from the magnetic resonance instrument. So their ultimate target is Ms. Song. Gu Nianji still felt a little strange. Hu Xiaoheng stood up and reached out to Gu Nianji. He smiled faintly and said, "Are you sleepy? Why don't you sleep first and then play online games together tomorrow?" This is the second watch of the day, Chapter 21-21, Preparing a Berry Meal. There are 2 watches today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and Chidian's golden keyboard support tickets. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 21-35. She would be playing online games with Hu Xiaoheng tomorrow. Happiness was like a tornado, it came too quickly. Gu Nianji was so happy that she was giddy and treated Hu Xiaoheng exceptionally well. So much so that when he used the lame excuse of, "I'm too tired to sleep and need to be more tired to fall asleep," to request intimacy, she didn't refuse at all. Her heart ached for him working overtime and becoming the one who took the initiative. The night passed, and the first rays of dawn appeared. It happened to be the 15th of the first lunar month, and it was also a weekend. Gu Nianji didn't need to go to work, and Hu Xiaoheng didn't need to work overtime either. He didn't wake up early to train, but slept with Gu Nianji until they woke up naturally. Last night, the 2 of them had reached a new level of harmony. They hugged each other tightly in their sleep, neither willing to let go. When Hu Xiaoheng woke up in the morning, his first instinctive action was to see if Gu Nianji was still there. He was so good last night that he was afraid it was just a dream he had countless times during the days when Gu Nianji was missing. Looking down, he saw that she was still sleeping soundly in his arms, a few strands of her hair hanging on her fair and flushed cheeks. His tense mood suddenly relaxed. He leaned over and kissed her forehead. Then he moved down, gently pecking her curvy lips. Gu Nianji was tickled by his kiss, and she giggled in her sleep. Her laughter was soft and charming, like a kitten who had just woken up in the morning. It was sweet and made people want to hold her in their palms and dote on her. Hu Xiaoheng smiled slightly. He never thought he was a man who had patience with kittens and puppies, but he didn't expect the girl he liked to be even more difficult to please than a kitten. She was a little devil. His gaze became more and more intense, almost tangible. Gu Nianji was finally woken up by him and was angry. "Why are you looking at me? Aren't you sleeping?" She glared at him as she spoke. Her big, watery eyes were actually not very intimidating. Hu Xiaoheng laughed and patted her puffed-up cheeks. "Get up. Don't you want to play online games anymore?" Gu Nianji's eyes instantly narrowed, and her face was full of flattery. "Of course I do. I dreamed about it yesterday." "Then get up. What do you want for breakfast?" Hu Xiaoheng sat up first. The blanket slid down, revealing his tanned, healthy, and strong chest. Gu Nianji blushed and whispered under the blanket. "I want to eat you." "What did you say?" Hu Xiaoheng had just put on the black military t-shirt when he heard Gu Nianji teasing him. He turned to look at her in disbelief. Gu Nianji quickly covered herself with the blanket and shouted, "I didn't say anything." Hu Xiaoheng was exasperated and amused at the same time. He looked at this little ostrich who didn't learn her lesson and dared to flirt but didn't dare to move. He slapped her butt through the blanket and said, "I'll make you crab dumplings and bird's nest with rose milk in the morning. I'll let you eat it tonight." "Me?" Gu Nianji's entire body shook from his slap, but she could only force herself to pretend that she hadn't heard him. After Hu Xiaoheng went downstairs, she lifted the blanket and sighed deeply. How was she going to spend the night? She reaped what she sowed. However, when she thought about how she could play games with Hu Xiaoheng today, she felt that it was worth it no matter what price she had to pay. At the breakfast table, Gu Nianji said to Lu Jin, "Dad, you haven't seen President Lu for a few days. Today is the Lantern Festival on the 15th day of the first lunar month. Do you want to visit President Lu and Miss Song?" Lu Jin happened to have something to look for Lu Yuan and Song Jining, so he quickly said, "I was just about to go look for them." "Nianji, will you come with me?" Gu Nianji smiled and shook her head. "I'm going shopping with Major General Hu today. I'll go to President Lu's house for dinner tonight. Can you help us order first?" She didn't want Lu Jin to know what she and Hu Xiaoheng were going to do. Because her father's computer skills were too strong, she was afraid that if he got involved, he would cause a big commotion and alert the enemy. The other party was too cautious, so they had to be on guard. Lu Jin didn't suspect anything at all. He smiled and nodded. "Okay. I'll go look for Boss Lu right away and ask him to buy groceries for the Lantern Festival dinner tonight." After breakfast, Hu Xiaoheng asked his driver, Fan Jian, to send Lu Jin to Lu Yuan's villa in the West Mountains. As soon as Lu Jin left, Hu Xiaoheng received a call from Hu Guanchen. "Xiaoheng, you didn't come to visit your grandfather during the New Year. Today is the Lantern Festival. Bring Nianji over for dinner." Hu Xiaoheng, Gu Nianji had just said that she was going to Lu Yuan's house for dinner that night when Hu Guanchen asked them to go to grandfather Hu's place for dinner. Although it wasn't impossible, there was always a first come, first served rule. Hu Xiaoheng thought for a moment and asked, "Will the Zhang family go?" "Hu Guanchen, does it have anything to do with you whether they go or not?" Huo Guanchen said unhappily, he's your grandfather after all. Huo Xiaoheng rubbed his temples. He didn't want to ruin his mood by arguing with Huo Guanchen on the 15th of the first month. We're going to President Lu's place for dinner tonight anyway, so we can go visit grandfather Huo Xiaoheng said directly and hung up. Huo Guanchen was furious. He quickly called back and scolded, your mother can divorce me, but you can't sever your father-son relationship with me. Huo Xiaoheng blocked his number. Gu Nianji came in from outside and saw Huo Xiaoheng's expression. She frowned and asked, what's wrong? We haven't seen each other for a while, and your mood has worsened. Huo Xiaoheng rubbed his chin. He had always hidden his emotions well, but Gu Nianji could always feel the changes in his mood no matter how hard he tried to hide it. It was as if they had a telepathic connection. Actually, he also understood that it was because he didn't guard against her that she could feel his emotions under his calm surface. It's nothing. Chief Huo called and asked us to visit grandfather Huo tonight. I've already agreed. We'll go to President Lu's house for dinner and visit grandfather Huo on the way. Gu Nianji smiled. Okay, I'll listen to you. She walked to his side and held his hand. She said angrily, is this worth being unhappy about? The two of them went upstairs to Huo Xiaoheng's study, which had first-class computer audio-visual equipment. Huo Xiaoheng said, it's not that I'm unhappy, it's just that I'm a little annoyed. They just won't behave themselves. You're his son. As long as Chief Huo doesn't go overboard, just treat it as doing Miss Song a favor. Gu Nianji patted Huo Xiaoheng's arm. Think about it. How can they not attend our wedding? So it's better to slowly ease up with them now so that it won't be too ugly when the time comes. Huo Xiaoheng looked at Gu Nianji in surprise. I didn't know that you were so sensible. Gu Nianji puffed out her chest and said proudly, don't you know how to say beautiful words? I've already learned how to get to the point. For non-important people, no matter how unpleasant their words are, it won't make me sad. Instead, it makes me want to laugh. Huo Xiaoheng pinched her nose. Okay, then I'll be watching you tonight. The two of them teased for a while. Huo Xiaoheng turned on the computer and said to Gu Nianji, this is a large-scale online game that's what Qinghong has been playing recently. Gu Nianji took a look and said in surprise, it's this game. It's quite popular, and there are quite a lot of people playing it. After saying that, she became distressed again. Then what should we do? This game has many servers around the world, and people all over the world play it. There are probably tens of millions of people who are often online. How can we find out which servers Hu Qinghong is on and which plot he's playing? This large-scale online game was called The Life You Want, or Your in English, it was called Your Life. This is the first chapter of the day, chapter 21-22, first come, first served. It's 2 o'clock today. At 9 o'clock in the evening the next day. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and Chidian's golden keyboard support tickets today was Monday, especially the recommendation tickets. P.S. Thank you to the leader of Wu AI Hall for the 20,000 Chidian coins and De Guan Guan for the 10,000 Chidian coins. Moi, everyone, Little Angel's Genius 1 second remember site address. Mobile version, M. Chapter 21-36. Huo Xiaoheng smiled and said, you know this game. Have you played it before? Do you have an ID? He then said, it's best to have a ready-made account ID. A new account ID will most likely alert the enemy. Gu Nianji suddenly became bashful and averted her eyes. She didn't dare to meet Huo Xiaoheng's eyes. Huo Xiaoheng knew she must have a ready-made account ID when he saw her like this, and more than one. Huo Xiaoheng held Gu Nianji's hand and kissed it. He said calmly, give me the male account. You play the female account. Gu Nianji was completely convinced. She pouted and said, "How did you know I have both male and female accounts?" Hua Xiaoheng smiled but didn't say anything. He just looked at her quietly. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and lowered her head to secretly smile. She held Hua Xiaoheng's hand and wrote her account ID and password on his palm. Hua Xiaoheng was also amazing. He remembered such a complicated account ID and password just by feeling it on his palm. He put on the VR helmet and entered the game with Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji quickly received a message, "Your friend, Yi Heng, is online." Hua Xiaoheng was stunned when he saw the account ID. Then he also received a message, "Your friend, Shi Heng, is online." Shi Heng. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help laughing. Gu Nianji was originally quite proud of her two account IDs, but she could entertain herself when playing alone. Now that the real owner saw it, it was really shameful. What was she thinking at the time? She was too Chinibu, but who wouldn't be Chinibu at the age of 16 or 17? It wasn't like she was reborn. Gu Nianji complained in her heart and tried to pretend as if nothing had happened. She went online with Hua Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji was already familiar with the game. She introduced it to Hua Xiaoheng through the headset. This game is actually very fun. There are more settings, and you can choose the plot and levels you want according to your needs. First of all, you can choose the timeline. For example, if you want an ancient or modern setting, if you want to live in the future or interstellar, or if you want to choose the apocalypse, horror, or other abnormal era, it's all fine. Hua Xiaoheng asked, "Which scenes have you played?" Gu Nianji said, "Look at your backpack. Each backpack represents a scene I've played. It's filled with settings and props." Hua Xiaoheng looked at the bottom left corner of his vision. There were 3 backpacks with the words "Hero saves the damsel in distress, I need a kiss to get better, and give me babies" written on them. Only then did Gu Nianji remember the scene she had played with that account. Her face burned, and she almost threw the helmet away. Hua Xiaoheng saved her from the awkwardness in time. He smiled and said, "These settings are so good. I like them. We should play like this in our lives in the future." Gu Nianji, she took a deep breath and said, "Let's think about how to find people." Hua Xiaoheng replied, "I'll get used to it first since I haven't played it before. Besides, you haven't been on these accounts for more than a year. You can't cause trouble the moment you come up." As he spoke, he began setting up the plot and sent Gu Nianji a team invite. As long as Gu Nianji accepted, the two of them could play together. In the past, Gu Nianji played 2 roles. She played the male and female characters together, and she was her own hero and guardian angel. At that time, she had never thought that Hua Xiaoheng would play such a childish game with her. Now that her wish had come true, she still couldn't believe it and hesitated for a long time before accepting the invitation. Hua Xiaoheng's voice came from the headset. "Why don't you accept?" Gu Nianji came back to her senses and clicked, "Accept," with a smile. The two of them soon stood in a dark place. They couldn't see the sky or the ground. It was as if they were in the wilderness of time. Even if there were thousands of years, there were 8 wastelands. The world was long, and time passed. Hua Xiaoheng asked her softly, "What do you want to play?" "I'll play with you." Gu Nianji's heart raced from his deep, magnetic voice. After a long time, she said, "You're here to experience it. You choose." "I'll play with you." Hua Xiaoheng grunted. "Then I'll choose." He looked at the settings and had an idea. He chose a police and bandit battle game where they rescued hostages from kidnappers. The gameplay was similar to PUBG, but the settings were more complicated. It wasn't as simple as blowing up the other person's head, but the final rescue of the hostage unharmed. To satisfy Gu Nianji, and to make the game less hardcore, Hu Xiaoheng also added a subplot where he quarreled with his girlfriend, and then his girlfriend was in danger. In the end, they reconciled. Of course, to Gu Nianji, this was the main plot. Gu Nianji hurriedly browsed through the settings and suddenly said, "I forgot to remind you that the settings of every game setting can overlap with other players. So the people we meet when we enter the game might not be NPCs, but other players. That's even more interesting." Hu Xiaoheng smiled as he picked up the AK-47 in the game. "It'd be best if it's a real person." He clicked enter. Soon, Gu Nianji's vision went black, and when she reappeared, she found herself in the midst of green mountains and clear waters. The lake water in front of her was so clear it was a light green color. It was the bright green flower on the imperial concubine's jade bracelet that surrounded the mountains like a jade belt. A thin mist floated in the autumn morning. Not far away, the top of the mountain was covered in snow, and the forest between the mountains was red and yellow. It was like a picturesque oil painting, and it made the lake look like a fairyland. Gu Nianji suddenly felt that the scene was very familiar. It was like a picture she had seen online before. She walked a few circles in the same spot and realized that the people around her were gradually increasing. It was like an ink painting, one by one, vividly appearing from nowhere. She didn't know if those people were players or NPCs, but they all had a standard tourist demeanor. They held their phones or selfie sticks and took pictures in front of the lake. Their words were sonorous and forceful, like playing billiards. Gu Nianji listened for a while and realized that it was actually German. Could this setting be on the German server? Thinking of Germany, she looked at the lake in front of her and suddenly remembered that this was the Konig Sea under the German Alps. The Konig Sea is a long and narrow channel between the towering Alps left by glaciers eroding the landscape during the Ice Age. That year in Germany, she had been kidnapped here and narrowly escaped death. He Zhichu had rescued her and brought her back to the Huaxia Empire. Was Hu Xiaoheng trying to make up for his past regrets? Gu Nianji's feelings were very complicated, but she was also very vigilant. She didn't want the same thing to happen again, and she didn't want Hu Xiaoheng to make up for her regrets in this way. Once bitten, twice shy. She would not fall into the same pit twice. Therefore, she stood vigilantly in the crowded area. When she saw the car driving over, she quietly hid to the side. This was today's second chapter, chapter 21-23, maintaining the sum to be constant. It's 2 o'clock today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and Chidian's golden keyboard support tickets today was Monday, especially the recommendation tickets. Moi moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 21-37. A few people jumped out of the car and began searching the crowd. Gu Nianji picked up her phone and secretly called the police to tell them that she had just discovered someone attempting to kidnap a girl. Then when the police siren rang from nearby, Hu Xiaoheng failed to clear the game. Because his partner had discovered the kidnappers in advance, he couldn't continue the rest of the plot. For his partner, it was a narrow escape, but for his planned life, it was a complete failure. Soon, his and Gu Nianji's vision turned gray. The Konig Sea, which had been green a moment ago, paled before their eyes. After another second, the words, "Game over," appeared before their eyes. Game over. The game was over. Taking off the VR helmet on his head, Hu Xiaoheng looked at Gu Nianji with confusion. Is this how you play online games? Gu Nianji shook her head with a smile. This online game is the most special. That's why so many people play it tirelessly. In a sense, it pursues the optimal process to achieve the desired result. If your process isn't optimal, or if the process shows that you can't achieve the desired result, then the game will be considered a failure. Therefore, no matter how you worked, the process would be different every time. For those who had worked their hearts out, this was the most attractive thing. The most annoying thing about games was repetitive and meaningless work. Hu Xiaoheng hugged the VR helmet and said thoughtfully, "So when I said you to be kidnapped, you called the police in advance, and the kidnappers were caught, so it was impossible for me to save you from the kidnappers. So, I failed." "Yes, that's it." Gu Nianji smiled as she stood on her tiptoes and patted Hu Xiaoheng's head. "You're worth teaching." Hu Xiaoheng looked at her. "Do you want to try again?" Gu Nianji frowned and said, "I don't want it." "Why? Don't you want me to save you?" Hu Xiaoheng had been brooding over this. Gu Nianji put on the VR helmet and said dryly, "What's the point of repeating something that's already happened? Also, the fun thing about this game is that the process is unknown. As for the kidnapping in Germany, the process is already known to me, so it's not interesting at all." Hu Xiaoheng pursed his lips and understood what she meant. After a moment of silence, he said, "I'm sorry. I didn't think it through." He only wanted to make up for his regrets, but he didn't expect that Gu Nianji would have to pay a price to make up for his regrets. Even if it was only in the game, she felt the same psychological pressure when she was immersed in a VR headset. Hu Xiaoheng no longer took the lead in the game. He handed the reins over to Gu Nianji and said, "How do you plan to play?" Gu Nianji tilted her head and thought about it, then said, "Why don't we go watch the battle first?" "Watch the battle?" "Yes." Gu Nianji put on the VR helmet and tapped a few times in the air. She chose the spectate option on the control panel in front of her and said, "If we want to spectate, we can go to other people's scenes and see what they're playing. But since we're just spectators, they won't notice us." Hu Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. "Then can we watch Sui Qinghong?" They had already found Sui Qinghong's account ID. "Let me see." Gu Nianji clicked on the control panel a few more times and said regretfully, "No, Sui Qinghong's game interface is private, which means it's not open to the public. It's only open to people in the same scene as him. If we don't choose the same game settings as him, we won't be able to watch his game." Hu Xiaoheng was also very regretful. He tossed his VR helmet around with both hands and said, "Then what should we do? What should we play?" Gu Nianji was also considering this question. If she hadn't been sure that this game was related to the mastermind behind the scenes, Gu Nianji would have definitely chosen to hack the other party's server to see what Sui Qinghong was doing and who he was contacting. But now that she had confirmed that this large-scale online game might be the channel through which the mastermind behind the scenes contacted Sui Qinghong, she didn't dare to casually hack the other party's server. Because the strength displayed by the mastermind behind the scenes made her wary. It wasn't something those weak programmers in social software could compare to. Therefore, she couldn't just hack it. If the other party's skill level happened to be higher than hers, then hacking the other party's server would not only alert the enemy, but it was also possible that the other party would catch onto their weakness and throw a Trojan horse at them. They would be completely exposed. In short, she wouldn't rashly take the initiative to attack before she figured out the other party's background. But now that she knew that Sui Qinghong was using this online game to do something and contact the mastermind behind the scenes, Gu Nianji had an intuition that she wouldn't be able to sleep if she didn't figure this out. Hu Xiaoheng's understanding of the game was far less profound and skilled than Gu Nianji's, so he didn't make any more suggestions. "We'll play whatever you say." Hu Xiaoheng put on the VR helmet and smiled. "I'm waiting to ride on the goddess's coattails and win." Gu Nianji didn't expect Hu Xiaoheng to say such a thing. She froze for a moment before gently kicking him and said angrily, "Hu Xiao, pay attention to your image." Hu Xiaoheng waved at her. "Think about how to set up the scene to find Sui Qinghong." Because this game was an online game and not a standalone game, it was inevitable that players would cross paths. However, they would only meet when the scenes set by the players happened to overlap. Just like in real life, everyone was the main character in their own life and the supporting character in others' lives. The main character and supporting character were constantly changing, pushing the game forward. In this sense, this game was really very social. Gu Nianji thought about it seriously. She put on the VR helmet and quickly entered her control panel. Looking at the options on the virtual panel in front of her that represented life scenes, she fell into deep thought. Where should she start? There were too many settings in this game, and the scenes were vast. How many times would she have to try to find the same scene as Sui Qinghong? And Sui Qinghong also happened to be in it. Gu Nianji didn't need a quantum computer to know that the number would be astronomical. Even if they were willing to try it one by one, they didn't have that much time to play it one by one. Was there no other way? Gu Nianji thought about it as she spoke to Hu Xiaoheng through her headset. Hu Xiao, you just said that Sui Qinghong has been playing this online game. Hu Xiaoheng nodded. Yes, he's been playing it for a few days. He's very dedicated and spends almost all his spare time on this game. Do you know that he's communicating with the foreign server of this online game? It can't be considered communication. It should be that he's been logging into that server to play the game. Don't you think we can just log in? Gu Nianji said, we're already on that server. But I'm thinking, if he's only using this game to contact others, why would he spend so much time? Isn't a normal communication only going to take the time to send an email? Hu Xiaoheng also thought of this problem and said in surprise, you're right. If it's just a one-way communication, there's no need to spend so much time. Moreover, if he hadn't spent so much time on this game, Hu Xiaoheng and the others wouldn't have noticed that his contact method was through the online game. But he did spend a lot of time on this online game, right? Gu Nianji confirmed. She seemed to have some clues. Hu Xiaoheng grunted. We have records of the IP port abroad. He did spend a lot of time playing this game on the foreign server. I think he might be using this game for other things, Gu Nianji said thoughtfully. In addition to contacting others, he might also be using this game to carry out some kind of operation. Hu Xiaoheng agreed with her opinion. Probably, but what can he do with the game? Gu Nianji immediately said, he can use the game to do simulation experiments. Hu Xiaoheng also remembered it when Gu Nianji said this. He immediately said. Like the American 9/11 hijacking suspects who used a flying game to plan a hijacking? Hu Xiaoheng's reminder enlightened Gu Nianji. She patted her head and said with a smile, I understand what he's doing now. The Book of Changes is really useful. This was the first chapter of the day, chapter 21-24, it's really social. There were 2 chapters today. At 9:00 in the evening. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and Chidian's golden keyboard support tickets. Remember to double the monthly tickets 3 days after the end of the month. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 21-38. The Book of Changes Divination. Hu Xiaoheng's deep voice came from the headset with a penetrating magnetism. Do you know how to connect the Book of Changes with chaos mathematics? Gu Nianji laughed. I can't say that I've figured it out completely, but I've already made a start. As she spoke, she told him about the Lu hexagram that she had set up with Lu Jin and said, Lu hexagram means to follow behind the other person. Based on this, we can imagine what we would do next if we were Sui Qinghong. In court, he paralyzed Kevin's entire body. Gu Nianji had already confirmed that it was Sui Qinghong who had done it. He had thrown Kai Zhaohe and the short, fat man out to confuse them. And then? What else would he do? Hu Xiaoheng thought about this more than she did and quickly said, if he was still the one who did it, then the next step would be to think of a way to get Kevin released for medical treatment. Gu Nianji's mind flashed, and she said happily, I got it. Sui Qinghong's current game setting must be a hospital. Hu Xiaoheng also understood and narrowed his eyes. You mean, he's been experimenting with how to get Kevin released for medical treatment? If it's in the hospital, then it's not about getting released for medical treatment, but rather, it's about stealing the dragon and changing the phoenix, right? Gu Nianji said as she began to choose the hospital setting. Now that she assumed that Sui Qinghong was also playing with the hospital setting, it would definitely be the Huaxia Hospital. This was because the hospital setting also had many parameters to choose from, such as country, province, grade of the hospital, direction of the building, and even the number of people it could accommodate. Gu Nianji actually found that she could find all the parameters that were suitable for the 3x1 hospital in the Huaxia imperial capital. Kevin was in this hospital, and Gu Nianji was just trying it out. How did this game setting come about? A trace of doubt flashed through Gu Nianji's mind, but she didn't think too much about it. She quickly invited Hu Xiaoheng and entered the game setting together. A white light flashed before their eyes, and the two of them were already standing in the hospital corridor. The graphics of this online game were very realistic, just like the real thing. If it was a VR helmet of average quality, the graphics would be blurry, just like a low-resolution computer screen. However, the VR helmets they were wearing were also very high-end, so they could see the details very clearly. The two of them were now a doctor and a nurse. They wore white clothes and masks as they walked toward the ward at the end of the corridor. They didn't know who was staying in this ward because if you didn't set it up, the patients, doctors, nurses, and visitors would all be random. There were NPCs and real players. NPCs wouldn't have names above their heads, but real players would have temporary game nicknames above their heads. This temporary game name could be changed at will, and it was also for the convenience of the players to maintain a certain degree of privacy. However, he didn't have to change it. It was possible to use a nickname to play in all kinds of settings. This kind of person would be on the game leaderboards, have priority everywhere, and have shiny nicknames. Of course, Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng didn't care about the rankings. They needed privacy, so they changed their NPC names. One was called Xiao Ming, and the other was called Xiao Hong. Because they had already entered the game, Gu Nianji was very careful not to use their real names and identities when she spoke to Hu Xiaoheng. They were in an online game, and if they used the chat channel in the game, whether it was voice or text, there was a high chance that it would be monitored. The two of them didn't want to take risks, so they had to constantly remind themselves to treat themselves as players in the game. Hu Xiaoheng naturally adapted to this kind of setting. It was similar to their previous training. He was even considering opening up the same virtual reality game in their system to train their new members. Gu Nianji was also a veteran player, so she was like a fish in water in the game. She carried a medical tray and followed Hu Xiaoheng. She smiled and said, "Dr. Xiao Ming, where are you going for your ward round?" Hu Xiaoheng turned his head to look at the ward he passed as he walked. There were 2 beds side by side in the first ward, both with patients lying on them. There were also 2 people who looked like family members watching over them. The second ward became a single room. The door was tightly shut, so they couldn't see the situation inside. As he walked further in, he saw 2 police officers with loaded guns guarding the door of a ward. Gu Nianji's heart sank. Was Sui Qinghong really simulating the hospital ward where Kevin was imprisoned and guarded? Hu Xiaoheng didn't continue walking. He looked around curiously and turned to say, "Let's go see the patients in the second ward. They need a follow-up." Gu Nianji nodded and went with Hu Xiaoheng to knock on the closed door of the second ward. They didn't know if there was anyone in the room. They stood at the door for a while, but no one came out. Gu Nianji was about to say that she was going to look for the keys when a young man in casual clothes walked over from the other side of the corridor. He was very handsome. Of course, this was the image in the game. He was different from anyone they had seen in real life. Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng stood facing the door of the ward. They wore white coats and masks, just like 2 NPCs. The young man didn't notice them at all and continued walking. When he was about to reach the two police officers, the young man suddenly bent over and squatted down. He seemed to be tying his shoelaces. At that moment, two gunshots rang out toward the police officers. The two police officers quickly pulled out their guns and returned fire. The young man rolled forward in an attempt to break through the two police officers' defense line. However, the two police officers cooperated very well. The officer on the left quickly lowered his gun and shot the young man on the ground in the head. The young man was shot in the forehead and quickly disappeared from the ground. This was him failing the game and being ejected from the game. Gu Nianji saw this from the corner of her eye. She was already suspecting that the young man was Sui Qinghong. Could it be that he really wanted to create chaos and get Kevin out of there? As far as she knew, Kevin's legal team was actively seeking medical parole. So the other party wanted to do both. Was Kevin that important? Gu Nianji thought it was a bit funny. She really didn't see how important Kevin was. Just as she stood up to leave the scene with Hu Xiaoheng, she suddenly saw the young man coming again. It was still the same scene. When the young man was about to reach the two policemen, he also bent down to tie his shoelaces. The same gunshots rang out from behind them. The bullets were fired at the two policemen, but the difference was that this time, the young man didn't lunge at them directly. Instead, he suddenly reached out and pulled Gu Nianji, who was crouching in the corner and hiding from the gunfire, over. He used her as a shield. This was today's second chapter, chapter 21-25, Treading on the Tiger's Tail. It's 2 o'clock today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and Chidian's golden keyboard support tickets. Remember to vote twice every 3 days at the end of the month. P.S. Happy birthday to me, the Guild Master Seb Moi. Everyone, little angels. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.